August 16th, 2022 to order. Welcome everyone to our school board meeting. Today's Pledge of Allegiance will be directed by Mr. John Boyd, Director of Government and Labor Relations. Our national anthem will be performed by the Oxa Men's Choir. Welcome back, students. Our mission statement will be read by Jenny Mojes, graphic designer, teacher at Toho High School, and our interpretation services will be done by Dr. Lestenia Peñalosa. If you will, please, let's stand for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the hope of the brave?
Great work.
Inspiring all learners to reach their highest potential as responsible, productive citizens. That is our mission.
Yeah.
Good evening. I am Dr. Osceola, and I'm here to provide interpretation services. Buenas noches y bienvenidos. Mi nombre es la doctora Lestenia Peñalosa y estoy aquí para proveer servicios de interpretación.
Thank you. Now it's the point in our meeting where we start with positive comments from our board members and superintendent. I will begin with Mr. Arguello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to thank all the teachers and students for coming back, getting ready. This is the first meeting since school started, and it was the first, this is my youngest son's first year in school. It was a very eventful day for him. It was a very gratifying experience for someone who's started over with kids, now a 3-year-old going into school. It was really fun to experience at this stage in my life than when I was a very, very young man with a very young baby, putting her in school, and it was a completely different experience. So it just made me realize how grateful I am, how grateful the entire community is for the care and love that you guys put into your jobs when you guys take our kids and watch them for so many hours throughout the day. I am eternally grateful to you and to that teacher who watched my son yesterday and for the next several months, many months. I wanted to thank all the community members who have been reaching out to me over the past couple of weeks. I think that everyone has had a lot of concerns and a lot of input and a lot of involvement as of late. And people are very interested in what's going on here, probably like never before. I think that it is very obvious, just because, you know, since these have been broadcasted in YouTube before I was elected and soon after I was elected, you had like 30 people watching these meetings, and now you have thousands. And so I just want to say thank you to all those community members who are watching these meetings and watching what's going on. This institution belongs to you. You are the boss of this institution, and I am very happy and very grateful to you for becoming more involved and making sure you're taking over the dominion which is yours, which is this public service. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Melendez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As well, you know, a lot of folks, you know, they think school board members, you know, we're also parents too. My son just started Neptune Middle School, and so I'm really excited out there. And Mr. Rademacher, he's an awesome leader. And one thing that I noticed by visiting a couple of schools, like another one I visited was Cypress Elementary, was what a wonderful job the custodians have done. Everyone keeps talking about teachers, and we love teachers, but I don't want to forget about that. I walked in, and like the floor was like perfectly immaculate, you know, and then I heard that we didn't even outsource other companies, whatever. They did it themselves. They had that much love of the school. So when you walk in, it's inviting, it's engaging. I know Cypress Elementary is a little bit older, so I appreciate it, Dr. Pace, how staff said, okay, let's at least paint the new cafeteria and just make it bright. And to me, that's an environment that says welcome, you know, and get ready to learn. Because that's something that I noticed also. I attended the Secret Service. They had a security briefing on, you know, preventing targeted school violence. And so the Secret Service had case studies on all the recent school shootings, but not just the school shootings that occurred. A lot of times we don't hear about the ones that were prevented. And so they talked about how you separated out between those that are the attackers and those that are the plotters. And a lot of times people plot plans before they get there. And for security purposes, I can't tell you what all those identifying issues are, but I did speak with Dr. Pace after that, and we're going to have like our little security briefing that there's, in other words, I guess the bottom line for the community to know is most people don't just turn night and day to become a school shooter. There's a series of events that kind of occurred to help lead to that. And so there are some identifying things that occur that we can kind of look at and do a better job at making sure that we prevent things before they get worse. So with that, I will also announce, Brandon Shatera mentioned more, that recently we got accepted on a secured lobby grant because we're constantly trying to retrofit some of the old schools because the new schools automatically have security protocols in the beginning. Right when you get in, you can't get in the school without having some kind of barrier between you and the rest of the campus. But some of the schools are really old and we don't have it all, the money to do it. And so I am glad that staff had got the grant and they've been awarded for 6 more schools to get in the queue to get done. And so that's, to me, critically important that, you know, without safe students and safe families, making sure they come to school in the right environment, that's going to be difficult for them to learn. The last 2 items are during the orientation at middle school, Mr. Rademacher specifically, I don't know how much discretion he has in the middle school, is they have triple-I intervention period, which is like, I guess, a time for people, like if they're struggling, they have a full block to be able to make up material. So that way, you know, if they're struggling in math, you know, they need extra attention, they're not falling too far behind. And I'm understanding that the middle schools are allocated 30 minutes. And so I don't know if that was Mr. Rademacher just taking on his own initiative, but I would like to see like maybe all the middle schools have a full block period of intervention time to be able to get kids up to speed. Because they even said the students that are doing great, they're doing great too. They can still use that time to have a bit of time off. I mean, because we don't always want to be bombarding kids, you know, because I heard that they're working on projects, you know, and things like that, and they can apply the learning, you know, instead of just always like, you know, studying to a test. So I thought that was something that was interesting. And then the last thing I did by talking to some folks, because I visited a few schools, they said now with the PMI testing, there's like progress monitoring for some folks that know the millions of acronyms we have. Before it was just one FSA exam at the end of the year, and then we didn't get the results till the summertime, and so we really couldn't make any changes. But now we talked about the portfolios for those 3rd graders. that we were like, hey, we want to make sure all the kids do the portfolio. But now that we have PMI, they're like, wait a second, why don't we take the results of the first PMI exam, and instead of making everybody do the portfolio, we just look at the ones that are struggling that may need to do the portfolio and not waiting to the end of the year. So I know that's not really like a positive comment, but it's a comment that I've heard, and I just want the rest of the board to know about that, and that's something maybe we can discuss during the business.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez. So thank you both board members for calling out the teachers and all of those who have done a great job with the school opening. I do also want to call out our transportation department. There was a lot of changes that were implemented before school started, and I will have to admit, with changes, there's a little bit of, a period of learning, and it seems like everything went off without a hitch. Of course, we did have some issues with busing, but nothing like I've seen before. So I don't know what y'all did over the summer, but whatever it was, great job with that. I also want to just call out Congressman Darren Soto, who texted me earlier today to let me know that Osceola County has received a grant for $500,000 for our gifted and talented students. So I just want to call him out and say thank you so much for continuing to invest in education right here at home. And with that, I'll pass it along to Mr. Thacker.
I hate to be redundant, but I just want to add my welcome back to everyone. It's always fun when the school year starts, and I've seen several teachers here tonight that probably look a little brighter today than they do on May 15th. So it's fun to see everybody rejuvenated a little bit, excited to be back in their classrooms and with the kids, or transporting children, or getting schools ready. And I think everybody has fun when the kids walk back into the buildings, everybody in the school. So thank you, everyone, and welcome back.
You got to announce me. I'm not going to use the announcement. Well, good evening, everybody. Thank everybody for coming. Again, I'm going to echo what my colleagues are saying, and welcome back to the staff and teachers. I truly hope you have a successful year. I hope you have a good group of students. I want to thank our leadership. I've spent it's been a very busy couple of weeks for me, and with transportation and with our leadership team, because we got kids that are parents that are just moving to the area and they want their kids to go to a certain school. They don't understand the process, so I've kind of held their hand, and with Tom Phelps and a couple of the others, and Dr. Allen, I don't know if it was this time around or not, but anyways, helping them get into the schools. Thank you so much. And our transportation department, gosh, Arby I've been speaking more to Arby than I have my wife over the last couple of weeks. Now think about this. We all have to travel around, and we know what the traffic is like just in your own car, and we know how frustrated it is. I spent time at the transportation facility driving one of the buses, and I can't even begin to imagine what they have to go through. Now, we have 35,000 registered bus riders, and 27,000 are already signed up. So that's quite of a fluctuation. So you've got an ebb and flow of how many kids are coming, how many kids are not coming, how many kids are moving to the area. And we have 250 buses. Some of these bus drivers are driving on roads that didn't exist last year. We've got kids that are coming to school that maybe had never ridden a school bus before. So we do have some little bit of speed bumps, pun intended, to work to get over. But I think they have done a phenomenal job, and I want to thank Arby Creech and the transportation and all of our bus drivers for what they're doing and safely transporting our kids to school. Other than that, good luck to everyone, and let's hope we have a great year.
Oh, Madam Chair and members of the board, I just want to say thank you to you all for your leadership and governance and for recognizing all the different facets of getting our school district ready for the beginning of the school year. From our maintenance team, our custodial team, our facilities team, to our school nutrition services team, to transportation, to our curriculum department, it really does require all hands on deck, and every single role matters in doing the important business of educating our kids to their highest potential and building on that future-ready graduate that we have set out to build. I also want to say thank you to our parents and our community members. I know with buses rolling again and more kids on the road, there's certainly that traffic increase. We ask for patience, particularly as we have to work out some of the challenges with, for example, our Gateway renovation project, or construction on roads, or weather. One day it rained right at elementary school dismissal, and I mean a flood. So, but everybody just rises to the occasion and does what has to be done to take good care of our students and families, and so I appreciate that very, very much. I also wanted to say a special call out to Manilyn Narco. Manilyn is a chemistry teacher at Liberty High School. She's been with us now, this is her 5th year. She is one of our international teachers from the Philippines. And on Friday, we hosted the CBS National Media Group to come and highlight the great work that Ms. Narca and other teachers are doing across our district and things that we're doing to kind of try to combat the shortage of teachers out there, which is, certainly a national problem. But Ms. Narca's passion and energy, the way she builds relationships with the school, with the students, as well as then her influence on her colleagues, and bringing that sense of culture and diversity to our school district and our school community, I just really think is to be highlighted. So Dr. Harris is here with most of the leadership team, I think, from Liberty High School, because we have another announcement to make in a few minutes, but certainly a lot of excited people, and we're excited to have Ms. Narca and others on our team. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Pace. And I know that we have our fine arts moment. What is that going to be today?
Not simple to say that most days I don't recognize me. The shoes and this apron, that place and its pictures have taken more than I gave them. It's not easy to know I'm not anything like I used to be, although it's true. I was never attention sweet center. I still remember that. She's imperfect. She is gone, but she used to be mine. Thank you.
No, bring her back. Bring her back in. No,
Kimbra,
sir, bring her back in here. Come here.
Kimbra.
You got to introduce her. Come on. I
Yeah,
want
wait,
Thank you.
introduce
Kimbra,
yourself.
can you
Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Kimber Cortez, and I'm a senior at St. Cloud High School.
You did a great job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Best of luck, Kimber, this year. Dr. Pace, you have a special announcement?
We do. If I could invite Miss Mohas from Tohopekalaga High School, as well as Selma Sanchez, to the front of the room, please. Board members, I shared this exciting information with you a couple of weeks ago, but we didn't want to take the opportunity not to publicly recognize both Ms. Mohas for her tremendous leadership in the digital program at Tohopekalaga High School, but then also the incredible success that Ms. Sanchez has had. She recently participated in the Adobe World Championship in California. Over 80,000 students from the U.S. originally submitted for this competition at the national level. Selma and her, Ms. Mohas, competed in Texas and placed second, earning her space to the international competition in Anaheim, California, where 23 countries were represented participating in the Certiport World Championship. The client for this group was the Ocean Agency, which is an Emmy Award-winning nonprofit that preserves the oceans and reefs around the world. The Ocean Agency, creative agency for the ocean, the Ocean Agency. And they will be using Salma's design, created on the spot during an 8-hour intense competition with everybody else from around the world, for their upcoming promotion for a new documentary and social media. So super, super exciting. We have an international Certiport champion. She earned a $7,000 scholarship, a gold medal, and a trophy. And Dr. Arnott has a couple of other things to share with you guys.
I just wanted to recognize her and get her a plaque for that. That's definitely worth that. And in addition, we have a new thing in our program called Skill Up Osceola, which now has a Hall of Fame. So we recognized her at our conference a couple weeks ago, and she was our first inductee. She got the green jacket like they do at the. We also have Skill Up cups and all kinds of stuff. We also wanted to. She is our first inductee. We figured she's going to succeed in any recognition, and it is. It's going to be open to students, staff, alumni, community members, and everything else. We're going to do it like the Baseball Hall of Fame, where reporters and everybody else can actually be inducted. So and she also designed our logo.
And for those of you who aren't aware, while we're waiting to take a couple of great pictures, Miss Mohas runs her classroom at Tohopekalaga High School like a digital advertising agency. They had some success earlier this year with Island H2O, in which the students had to create a design, work with the AP Art students to then bring that design to life after they then marketed it to the Island H2O folks. And they are currently on the walls as murals out at that particular park. But that is the kind of work that Jenny does with all of her students, really preparing them for that career-ready, college-ready opportunity, whatever it is that they want to do. And so we're so excited, Salma, with your talent, so proud of the work that you've done, but also really appreciate Ms. Mohas and her partnership with her colleagues at Tohopekalaga High School and across the district to create these kinds of real-life opportunities for our students to learn and thrive.
Thank Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job.
And continuing on with the great news, Dr. Pace, you have some transfers and appointments.
I do. If I could please invite Dr. Nicole Krebs to the podium. Board members, as you know, a couple of weeks ago, we were honored to recommend and you approved the promotion of Mr. Jose Vasquez, then assistant principal at Lakeview Elementary School, to become the new principal. And I'm now honored to recommend Dr. Nicole Krebs to be our next assistant principal at Lakeview, along with Mr. Vasquez and the Lakeview team. She has been a teacher at Liberty High, a teacher at Thacker Avenue, an elementary interventionist at Flora Ridge, and the Dean of Students and now Reading Coach, or now Dean of Students and Reading Coach at St. Cloud Middle. She received her bachelor's degree in early childhood education and elementary education K-6 and a master's degree in K-12 reading from Bloomsburg University. She also received her Doctor of Philosophy degree in early childhood education from North Central University and educational leadership degree from American College of Education. And I believe that Dr. Krebs will be a dynamic leader to help Mr. Vasquez and the team at Lakeview thrive.
Get a fan.
That's my niece. If you hear any screaming, that's my niece.
Motion approved.
I would
But
first like
Mr.
to, I'm sorry. I'm,
Oh, yeah, you're not voting. Yes,
One second, we're almost there. Motion by Mr. Thacker, second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Flag sign, motion passes. And now.
I'd first like to say I'm honored to be here today as I take on this new role as an assistant principal. I would like to thank the school board, Dr. Pace, Mr. Vasquez, Lakeview Elementary, and the community for this opportunity to grow and serve the students of Osceola County. I would like to thank my parents, my family, my friends who are not only here today, but also by my side every day supporting me. I want to thank Mrs. Harrell, who's in the back, Dr. Berta and Mrs. Roush for their support and trust as they helped me grow as a leader. I'm sorry, I'm like getting a little emotional, but I
it's
don't really
okay.
cry.
Take your time.
Yeah.
Without Mrs. Roush and Mrs. Harrell and Dr. Berta, I wouldn't be able to stand here today because they've helped guide me so much, and their guidance has got me right here. And finally, I want to thank my husband and my son. They've been my rock and my purpose, and they've been by my side through all the phases of my career. So thank you, and I'm excited to start this new journey.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Good luck.
And now if I could invite Ms. Shaquana Morgan to the podium, please. Board members, I am honored tonight to recommend Ms. Shaquana Morgan to be one of our assistant principals at Liberty High School. She has been an ESE paraprofessional at Flora Ridge, a teacher and dean of students at Osceola High School, and currently serves as an assistant principal at Tenor Rock High School in Polk County. She received her master's degree in educational leadership from Stetson University. What really struck me about Ms. Morgan is that she is invested, lives in the Poinciana community, has a niece and nephew who were successful graduates of Liberty High School, and she definitely wants to bring that same level of success to other students with Dr. Harris and her team. So I'm proud to recommend Ms. Morgan.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Arguello, second by Mr. Melendez. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, flag sign, motion passes. Congratulations.
I am beyond excited and honored to have this opportunity to come back home to the school district of Osceola County to serve in the capacity as an assistant principal at Liberty High School. I would like to start by saying thank you to the Lord above for giving me the life and continued mercies. I would like to thank Dr. Pace and Dr. Evans and all the school board members for entrusting me with this incredible opportunity to give back to my community, shape the minds of young scholars, and assist in the growth of our educational staff. I fully understand the responsibilities and challenges that are now bestowed upon me, and I willingly accept them with open arms. I would like to thank Dr. Harris, Mr. Jean, Mr. Hernandez, and Mr. Edwards for the opportunity to be a part of their amazing team. I look forward to creating amazing memories with all of the members at Charger Nation while assisting in creating responsible and productive citizens in a warm and accepting environment which is conducive to learning, while pursuing academic excellence. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the leaders who poured an abundance of knowledge, confidence, and time into making me the educator that I am today. I would like to thank Mr. Bryan, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Jackson, who took me under their wings and who are amazing mentors to me. They gave me the confidence and skills that I needed to be an administrative leader. I would like to thank my former principal, Mr. Looney, and Mr. Smith for the opportunity to grow and learn so much at Ten Rock, as well as the entire Titan family for their support. I especially would like to thank those family members and friends who have taken the time out of their day to come out and support me during this monumental moment. My sister, my godmother, my nieces, my brother-in-law. Last but certainly not least, I would like to thank my entire family, near and far, who has stood by my side since day one. They have raised me into the woman proudly standing before you today. I'm absolutely nothing without you. Thank you again for this incredible opportunity.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right, so if you are not interested in the amazing meeting that's coming up and you just came to support folks that were just honored, you can go ahead and leave. I'll give you about 1 minute to do that, and Dr. Pace will prepare for your superintendent update.
Sure. If that's just like FYI or if she's going through it. Good question.
All right.
Okay.
Get started, Dr. Pace.
Members of the board, I just have a few things that I wanted to follow back up with you on after our last meeting, as well as just an update for the public. One of the things that came up last time in our discussion was the need for classroom supplies to make sure that our schools and classrooms have what they need and that the funding is provided so that our teachers aren't unduly burdened by having to go into their pockets for classroom supplies. We also are, of course, mindful of our families and the investment that they make in getting their children education, and that sometimes that can be a hardship for them. So first, we did an analysis of our discretionary expenditures and what's typically spent in Fund 5000 on instructional supplies and materials. Last year, that was about $1.2 million, or about 16% of the school-based discretionary budgets. In terms of all functions, so that would include student services, instructional media, curriculum services, professional development, money spent on supplies was about $2.8 million, or about 40% of those departmental discretionary budgets. We then sent out a survey to our teachers to ask them, what are the needs and how can we better serve you in making sure that you have what you need to teach successfully without it unduly burdening you or our families. We received 1,300 responses, a little over actually, which is a nice survey response in a short period of time. It was a busy time of the year. And we identified how much money is typically spent out of a teacher's pocket or on school supplies for the course of the year. The majority of them said between $300 and $500. Remember that our classroom supply money, the teacher lead money that will go out here in the next couple of weeks, should be right around that $300 range. In terms of what level, we had the majority of teachers in our elementary school respond, but we also had a nice response from our middle school and high school, so I feel like our data is representative. So then we said, what are the things that are most important to you that you feel like you're limited in getting? To kind of say, what is it that you really, really need? Number one on the list, copy paper, which we heard a little bit about last week at our meeting. Composition books were another one, dry erase markers, we know those typically tend to run out, as well as Post-it notes. A lot of our teachers, as they implement AVID in particular, use a lot of Post-it notes for exchange activities between students and responses, exit tickets, those types of things. So I am sending this survey information out to our principals on Friday, or in this week's newsletter, and we're going to ask them to make sure they work with their bookkeeper and talk with their teachers about what are their specific needs, paying attention to make sure that these things are well stocked and readily available to teachers in our classrooms and schools.
Dr. Pace, before getting too far, because may have a different subject, since the first line, we talked about this discretionary spending, the way I interpret that is the principal can say more or less how to adjust that. But if it's gonna be 16% of the overall spend, and we know supplies need to get purchased, we just, each school is obviously different on what type of supplies they want. I'm almost, what is your opinion on making that a specific line item, school supplies that isn't discretionary? And then letting it discretionary on how they spend that supply. Like, they may need extra copy paper. Like, I'm not trying to say this is what type of supplies to spend, but I just believe that a line item should be specifically delineated, saying these are for school supplies, because we understand that there's a deficiency on how much we're giving to them.
This, as you can see, has been pretty consistent between 17 and 18 or 16 and 18% over the course of the last 5 years. So I think that's probably a good number, and it may be something that the board wants to give us direction to say, make that 20% of your discretionary budget is going to be spent on supplies. Discretionary budgets are spent on things like copy machine charges. They're spent on substitute salaries. They're spent on custodial supplies, as well as basic classroom supplies. So these are things that, all have to be taken into account, but that's one of the reasons why I wanted to gather the information, so then we could seek more direction from the board.
Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, if you go back to that slide, Dr. Pace, so, in 2020 to 2021, you had a $200,000 difference. From 21 to 22, you had a $150,000 difference. But it seemed, if paper is like the number one thing, is there a paper deficiency? What would be the cause of that? I don't necessarily want to get into the nuts and bolts of how you want to, or how Sarah wants to configure the line items, but why would we have such a shortage of paper? I do understand that as management, paper is one of those things that people will just, they'll use until you have a $2 billion paper bill. But at the same time, if they need it, or, there's got to be an answer to the problem itself, just not, we're going to spend less, and then cap it here, and then we have them complaining.
There are
right?
several things that go back to that, Mr. Arguello. That's a great question. Number one, in 2021, remember that about half of our students started the year digitally, so they weren't using paper classroom materials or resources. The second piece is, as we've moved into 2022 and we did a one-to-one implementation, we've been encouraging our teachers to move away from paper worksheets and rely on that electronic resource for our students to engage in their work. So some of it, I think, is a little bit of professional learning and training to help support our teachers with implementation of one-to-one and minimizing paper. One of the other concerns that we often have is, are they quality things that we're copying? And I'm not judging teachers, don't take this the wrong way, all right? But the board and the community have adopted standards-aligned resources within our curriculum materials. And so we want to continue to encourage our teachers to use those curriculum resources to ensure that we have consistency across the district of access to the standards-based curriculum for all kids, but also that we're not relying on sources like teacherspayteachers.com, which isn't necessarily vetted for rigor, for standards-based alignment, for quality, those types of things. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that we have to continue to evaluate that, and that's something that we want to have more discussion with our teachers and coaches about, with our folks supporting our one-to-one implementation, and with our principals. But bottom line is, we want to trust our professional educators to use copies wisely to meet the needs of their students, and I think we're going to have that conversation about that professional trust.
Have we quantified that number? If it's 770 people or whatever it was that said they wanted more copy paper, how much copy paper would that mean? Like, how much would it take to get to a point where everyone's needs were filled in terms of copy? It just seems very silly to be talking about copy paper, right? And so if they're dealing with that problem, you should just give them the paper, right? It's almost like 792 people said paper. How much more paper? 2 reams a person? Would that make a difference? What does that equate to in terms of 2 reams per 1,000 teachers? You're $10,000.
This was a very preliminary survey to bring back some information for the board. We'll have further discussions as we start to meet in teacher focus groups. We can have further discussions with OCEA as we work through a bargaining process in terms of what we think some are needed. Sometimes we come up with committees for that, but the conversation this week with principals is going to be, let's get the copy paper out there and then be judicious in how we determine is it being used effectively or not, and have those individual conversations with teachers who you think might be using more paper than they necessarily need. We certainly don't want it stockpiled in closets, but let's look at that on an individual basis as opposed to one general
As a
thing.
professional item, as just a tool, I mean, I think that maybe monitoring what people are using may be better than saying, no, you can't have access to it. I did have a teacher that had a discussion with me. He was given actually a ream of paper as part of a welcome gift, and he resented that because it's not like, that's like a gift. That's my tool. It's like you giving me my tools to work with, and then expecting me to say, I thank you. Thank you for giving me the paper that I need to teach the kids that you're paying me to be here for. You know, so I mean, that's like a philosophical thing where we need to understand that we're not giving teachers reams of papers is not a gift to them. It's the tools that they need to teach our kids. They're providing us with the gift, right?
Well, what I would say too is that we want to look at the messaging for how that was presented, because it's certainly not, here's your ream of paper, be grateful, but here's a startup kit of supplies, which a lot of our new teachers are provided in their schools. And actually, in talking, for example, at St. Cloud Middle School with Ms. Harrell, she does a startup kit for all teachers, veteran teachers, with a new pack of dry erase markers, with another ream of paper. There was a whole list of things that she does for every teacher every year. And then they have a supply request form that they can ask for additional things. Yeah. So that's one of the conversations that we're going to have with our school leaders this week. It really goes back to the heart of what we've been talking about with morale. People want to be treated like professionals, and so we've got to figure out how we're messaging, give people what they need in a way that is received the way it's intended.
Now, you said one thing that was interesting, though, and this is a policy of the board, too, because you're right, we do have one-to-one now. And so we do have more digital devices, so we should be doing more activities with the device since we have it. My only concern would be in two subject areas, and that is math and that is writing. Because it's really hard, if you have somebody struggling in math, to learn to do more online and doing a thing. Sometimes you have to get the worksheet, and you have to write out the words, and sometimes organizing your paperwork is there, and the same thing with writing. Now, some students need to, actually get the muscle memory to actually write it out. So those would be my only two cautions. But I do kind of like that idea, though. I'm just letting you know that I understand we have the device. Let's utilize it to its full potential, and let's kind of weigh down on paper. So I think there should be a less emphasis. But I don't want it to be a one-size-fits-all deal, because there are specific subject areas that still need old school paper.
And keep in mind, however, that some of the assessments that are coming, our new progress monitoring tools, will be electronic. So we also have to balance that, giving kids the opportunity to write in paper and also practice on their devices to prepare for those assessments. Because we want to make sure that the assessment is telling us what they know and not can they or can they not use the device.
Dr. Pace, I had a teacher pose a question about the supply reimbursement. They, counties like Orange County receive their monies on the day of coming back, whereas our teachers have to wait till September to get that reimbursement. Could you give an explanation on how that comes to be?
I went ahead and changed the slide, Mr. Bass, because that kind of gets to that piece. We asked teachers, are they aware that they will receive an allocation of monies for school and classroom supplies and class wallet? And in asking these questions, we found out this is another area where we need to improve our communication and procedures. The vast majority of them did know, but over 100 teachers said, no, we don't know that we're going to get monies that we could be reimbursed for supplies. So that is something that also will be going out through our principals to make sure teachers are aware of that. In terms of when that monies are released, the district has a couple of different options. The district gets a pot of money specific for classroom teacher supplies that goes to teachers to either buy their own stuff or be reimbursed for stuff they've already owned. But that pot of money doesn't change based on the number of new people that are hired. So we take that pot of money and we divide by X, and X is the number of full-time or part-time classroom teachers we have on that particular day. So that's why we've always waited typically until after we do our 10-day and 20-day staffing adjustments so that we capture any new allocations in that X to help the money go, further than giving it out to them earlier. So that's one of the things that, certainly we can talk to the board and talk to teachers about when that would be best.
Is there a date for that when you do the count? You do it when the FTE comes out in October?
No, we don't wait until October. Typically, it's about the first week of September.
It's 2 weeks in, a little over 2 weeks in.
Yeah. So you can see that some people, the vast majority of people have been submitting supplies or receipts for reimbursement. So we feel like the class wallet process is working. It's just a matter of helping to make sure that that communication is more clear. One of the other challenges that we found in talking to some teachers and seeking some additional feedback informally, not formal discussions yet, was that science teachers sometimes struggle with getting the supplies that they need for labs and things like that because there are certain restrictions from the state about how they use this money. So for example, you can't go to Publix and buy marshmallows, which are involved in some of these types of supplies. So food products can't be used with these particular dollars. So I'm going to be working with our coordinator for science, Mrs. Long, and her team to decide what are some other avenues that we have to try to help address that particular need. So it's been great discussion. I appreciate the board taking the lead and pushing us there. We'll continue. We also do want to make sure that everybody is aware that we have a great partnership with our Education Foundation for Osceola for a gift for teaching. So instructional personnel from our high-need schools, they have to have 60% or more free and reduced lunch, may shop at a gift for teaching once a month. Schools who have a lower poverty threshold can be considered a rep school and provide shopping coupons for 4 teachers a month. And they even, although it was not running during COVID, but it's been started again, have the Pencil Boy Express. So teachers can go online, receive a notification that they're eligible for supplies, and the foundation will deliver it to their particular school, so they don't necessarily have to come over here to the A Gift for Teaching location on Simpson Road. Just so that you know, we've delivered over 4,000 supply boxes through this program. In-store shopping returned in January of 2022, and they had 762 shoppers who took advantage of that last spring. We also share bulk product. For example, sometime we'll get donations of uniform products or personal hygiene supplies that they share with our FIT department to help meet our most needy students' needs. But total value in 21-22, the foundation distributed over 1.6, almost $1.7 million in supplies through a gift for teaching. So we just really wanted to make sure that we were increasing awareness so that teachers know that these things are available for them. We want to support them, and we're going to continue to address this particular need. I also wanted to share with the board and also with our community how we are meeting one of the specific requirements of House Bill 1557. This is known as the Parental Rights Bill. Mr. Kreppenbacher and Mr. Boyd will give you more information about this at the end. But we are required to notify parents of all health care services offered at the child's school and give parents the opportunity to either consent or decline these services. And we have provided this particular piece of information through our parent portal. Parents can review that list of services and go in and decline all of them, some of them, or none of them. And if the parent declines a service, Focus generates an alert for our school staff to view the declined services. Some of these are, for example, our Panorama Emotional Wellness Surveys. It includes vision screenings, hearing screenings, all of those types of things. And so all of that information is available through our parent portal. And if there are any parents out there who are having trouble accessing the parent portal, we encourage them to reach out directly to their school, or they can reach out to district staff through the Let's Talk on our website, because we want to make sure that parents have access to that. It's actually where they get information about their students' grades, attendance, all of those things can be monitored through that parent portal.
Mr. Arguello has a question.
Yeah, Dr. Pace, I've had more than one family come to me with the concern over a waiver that they're required to sign with their documents, and if I remember correctly, it was the district reserves the right to provide any treatment to the district and so on. I think they emailed me a picture of the language or so on, but obviously it's not like it's asking you to sign. It's not asking you do you decline or accept or so on. And I told that parent, I would not sign that for my child. Absolutely, I would not. I wish I had remembered. So I'll have to forward you that, but it's, in fact, maybe I can find it, but,
If you could forward me that, Mr.
yeah.
Arguello, I
I'll
will
look for it, and then
definitely
hopefully before the
have
end
the
of.
team follow up, if not tonight, tomorrow, because that's not the way this particular process works. So I'm not sure what that is, but we'll happily follow up. I also, one of the other questions that the board had brought up in times past was about our assessment calendar for the year, and I know that there is a concern about over-testing at the local and state level. So the team has put together a very comprehensive list of the assessments that are either optional or required. I've given a copy of that to you guys tonight, board members. You'll have time to reflect on that and then follow up with other questions. It's going to be available on our website. And this is the same list of testing that is provided to the state. They are doing a specific study on percentage of time spent in required assessments. But the important thing is that we have made sure not to put additional progress monitoring tools in place where we're going to be using the state progress monitoring fast assessments, because we want to make sure that time is provided for instruction. The other pieces that they've really chosen assessments that can be used in the classroom, primarily to drive instructional focus. As we talked about earlier, there's going to be a period of time when we must provide that specific data back to students and parents for how their children did on their assessments, and then also directly to teachers so that they can then, through the MTSS process, start to intervene and use that information for the way it's intended, and that's to target kids' needs and provide for additional learning. One other piece that I wanted to share with you, this is a part of the strategic plan that's been proposed tonight that we've talked about earlier, to really concentrate in Goal 5 on improving attendance, improving anti-bullying, improving behavior, because we know that all of those things feed into improving academics, and also, we believe, staff morale and retention. So we've come up with a new social media and remind campaign. The public community relations team has already started to put some of this out, and it's about bringing your best, bring your Osceola best. Be at school, make effort toward learning, show respect to all, and take time to do the right thing. So you will see on an ongoing basis some regular information going out to remind parents how important it is for students to be in school every day on time, unless they are ill. We want to make sure that people understand the direct connection between regular attendance and academic performance. We also know that sometimes there is more to the story behind why a student is struggling to get to school. And we want counselors and teachers to be aware so that we can start to think about how we might intervene and provide additional supports. In terms of effort toward learning, we want our students to be thinking about their organization. This is a part of AVID strategies. The O in Wicker is organization. So setting aside specific times to check their phone and social media and make sure they're allowing the most important time for studying and not getting distracted by video games or social media interruptions, which can happen even to us as adults. Having a calendar so that when major assignments or tests are coming up, that they are getting prepared and not waiting until the last minute. Helping to remind students that if you get off to a rough start, that doesn't mean you're sunk in the water. Don't stop, but instead check your grades regularly. Let's schedule a conference with the teacher and the student and the parent to make sure that we're providing extra help. And did not wait until they're in over their head to ask for help. But we'll also be looking out as educators to intervene before we get to that point. And certainly we know that a lot of us struggled last year with discipline and behavior issues. So we think showing respect to all is super, super important. No place for bullying. We want students to be a role model for others. We want to be very direct about not being a bully, whether it be verbally or otherwise. And then finally, if you see something, say something. This is super important for us to hear what our students are saying, to report it, and to make sure that we are responding in a way that keeps our campuses safe. So you can do that through Fortify Florida. You can do it through our website. There are a whole lot of ways for our students to report if they have a concern about school safety or about individual safety if someone is perhaps a harm to themselves or to others. And then finally, I am continuing to follow up and do research on swimming. I did learn from Mr. Adams and Matt that water safety is taught on land in all of our elementary schools, K through 5, in the fourth quarter of PE. But we are also looking at the contractual relationships, what it would take to be able to at least engage our kindergarten students in spring swimming. That would be probably for a period of 2 weeks, 4 days each week, or a total of 8 days after they've done the on-land water safety class at the school level in PE. It does appear that transportation is going to be our biggest obstacle, but I will bring back a report to the board on that once we get school started and we have a chance to really dig into that. Also did want to remind parents out there the importance of making sure that your contact information for your student is up to date. Cell phone numbers, email addresses, please, 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 parents, make sure that the school has the latest and greatest information for how to get a hold of you. This is our primary response in the event of an emergency, and we know we want to make parents aware when we've had something ongoing on so that they can get that information. But I would just encourage parents to reach out to their schools if they have any questions about whether or not their information, and they can check that information in the parent portal when they are registering their wishes for health services. And Madam Chair, thank you for your patience. That's all I have.
Thank you. Board, any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Pace.
Thank you, Dr. Pace.
Mr. Arguello?
Dr. Pace, this, might be the time. I did find it. It's a medical release form, which I know that they can provide anyone with medical services if it's necessary. They don't need anyone's permission to provide an emergency service. But let me read it. I have it downloaded. I'll just send it to you. And while I'm pulling that back up, one of the other things that parents had problems with a $5 lunch privileges at one of the schools. Are we charging families privileges to eat lunch?
Student lunches are $2.40.
Not for the food. There was from Gateway High School, it was, they were charged $5 for lunch privileges. And there's a sheet that has
For a student to be able to go off campus for lunch?
I'm not sure.
Sometimes they do have a fee for students to be able to leave campus for lunch. It pays for the ID or the card that typically records the fact that that student has that permission. But I'm happy to follow up with the Gateway team.
Here's what it says: student finance hours, during lunch period, PE uniforms $15, PE lockers $5, lockers $5, athletic participation fee $35, lunch privilege fee $5. All students must have a notarized consent form, which I imagine that's what it is then. Student parking fee $50. So the parent concerned reached out with a concern essentially that they're paying for lockers. Obviously, we paid for the lockers, all right? I mean, we built the school, so we're charging parents fees to use the facilities that their taxes already paid for.
I understand, Dr. Evans, and I will follow up with Mr. Long and the team.
Okay, and then I'll send this to you, and I guess we can save it for a later point.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pace, Mr. Arguello. We will go ahead and recess our meeting for a public hearing. Mr. Boyd?
Good evening, Board. I'm here tonight to share with you proposed revisions to the school board rules and to provide an opportunity for a public hearing for those that I read into the record. After I read the revision summary into the record, I'd pause for that opportunity for the public to have, and then after that, we would be asking tonight for action on these revisions. Now, since the workshop until now, we received more revisions along the same lines as those that we had shared with you before from our consultants, the Northeast Florida Education Consortium. So I included them in this particular summary, and I'll read the summary. Rule 2.26 adds paragraph 7 to define the school district's accreditation process. Rule 2.90, tobacco-free and tobacco-free environment, clarifies policy language to include recommendations for tobacco-free Florida consultants and public comment during our May 17th meeting this year. 3.14, suicide prevention, adds paragraph 7A to reflect changes in state law that House Bill 1421 requires regarding coordination of a consistent suicide screening assessment tool to be used by the local mobile response teams. 3.40, Safe and Secure Schools, revises paragraph 5B and adds paragraph 12 to reflect changes in state law that House Bill 1421 requires regarding threat assessment teams and the school district mental health coordinator. Rule 3.68, background screening for contractors, revises paragraphs 1 and 6 to reflect changes in state law that Senate Bill 2524 requires regarding non-instructional contractors on school campuses. Rule 4.21, selection and management of instructional materials, revises the whole policy to reflect changes in state law that House Bill 1467 requires, including clarifying a separate challenge process for instructional materials and adding new statutory citations. Rule 4.22, educational media materials selection, revises the whole policy to reflect changes in state law that House Bill 1467 requires, including clarifying a separate challenge process for educational media materials and adding new statutory citations. Rule 4.30, challenge materials. This proposed revision repeals the obsolete policy to reflect the changes in state law that House Bill 1467 requires and to reduce redundancy. Although this would be a repeal, the challenge process language would be included in compliance with the new state law for the prior two rules that I just read summaries for, 4.21 and 4.22. So if it's repealed, it's going into those rules. Rule 5.141, school choice, revises paragraphs 1D, 4B, 4C, 4H, and 6 to reflect changes in state law that Senate Bill 2524 requires regarding family empowerment scholarships and opportunity scholarships, school capacity determinations by grade level every 12 weeks, and notification of parents on waiting lists due to limits on capacity. Rule 5.20, student assignment, revises paragraph 1A, 1B, 1C, and 1D, number 4, to reflect changes in state law that Senate Bill 2524 requires regarding enrollment capacity, the controlled school choice program, expulsion waivers, and transportation options for students within the controlled open enrollment program. Rule 5.22, controlled open enrollment, revises paragraphs 1 and 2 to reflect changes in state law that Senate Bill 2524 requires regarding capacity determinations, wait lists, and transportation options for students within the controlled open enrollment program. Rule 5.343, use of timeout, seclusion, and physical restraint for students with disabilities, revises paragraph 4B to reflect changes in state law that House Bill 235 requires regarding the use of physical restraint for the purpose of student safety. Note, this was also in the prior rulemaking cycle, and the board did approve the prohibition of mechanical restraints that Senate Bill 2524 requires in the prior rulemaking cycle. Rule 5.51, Health Services Plan, revises paragraph 4 and 5 to reflect changes in state law that House Bill 1557 requires regarding the notification of parents of the option to decline specific health services and to review and decline student questionnaires and health screening forms for the parent's child. Rule 5.711, parental access to information, adds paragraph 4 to reflect changes in state law that House Bill 1557 requires regarding the parent's right to access and review all school records for the parent's child with limited legal exceptions. Rule 6.17, appointment or employment requirements, revises paragraph 2 and 4B to reflect changes in state law that Senate Bill 2524 requires regarding educator certificates and background screening for job applicants. Rule 6.27, Professional Ethics, revises paragraphs 1 and 2 to clarify that all employees are required to complete training on professional ethics. Rule 6.29, Report of Misconduct, revises paragraph 1A to reflect changes in state law that Senate Bill 2524 requires regarding the duty of all employees to report immediately any alleged misconduct by any school board employee, for example, violations of state law, disqualifying offenses, or allegations of sexual misconduct with a student, and penalties for failure to report misconduct and for interference in the reporting of misconduct. Rule 6.31, Records and Reports, revises paragraph 1 to reflect changes in state law that Senate Bill 2524 requires regarding parent access to records and reports and the documentation of any determination to withhold information from the parent about the mental, physical, or emotional well-being of the parent's child. Rule 8.60, Network Acceptable Use, revises paragraphs 8 and 16 to remove obsolete policy language. And lastly, the changes in the student progression plan revise the policy document to comply with recent changes in state law and to provide consistency with district precedent and current practice. In particular, House Bill 7, Section 1003.42, Required Instruction, Florida statutes. At this time, School Board, I would pause to provide an opportunity for public comment on any of these changes, proposed changes.
I do not have any public comments here regarding the rule changes. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak on these? Okay, thank you, Mr. Boyd.
So at this time, we would ask the board for your action on these proposed
I'll make a motion
revisions.
to approve the rule changes as submitted.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Thacker, second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you,
Thank you,
board, very
John.
much.
All right, we will close out the hearing and we will resume our board meeting. The next item on the agenda is our agenda modifications. I will go ahead and start with Mr. Arguello.
Yes, thank you. I would like to pull from consent 9.02, 9.03, 10.01, 10.02, 11.06, 12.02, 13.01, 14.01, 16.01. And I'd like to add for discussion Ready? Ready?
Add what for discussion?
Okay. Traffic issues. A little bit more specific than just what we've discussed already. So FTE questions, the books update from the books committee, social media, a social media issue. And a some type of formalized relationship where we can have a communication, let's just a union relationship with the union.
And under new business, Mr. Melendez.
You already had 2022. Where are the actuals for the month of June? There's usually in informational items, like every month, there's,
We're in the process of closing out the last fiscal year, and all that information will come to you on September 6th when we approve the annual financial report and the budget for this year that then gets submitted to you.
is there a way I can get that beforehand?
As soon as we're done, we're still in the process of closing it out.
All right,
As soon as it's done, then it'll be submitted for the next one.
okay, yeah, because I thought the timing was every single month, and then, this is,
There's a lot of additional steps we have to do right here, and some information that we're still waiting on from third parties.
okay. Yeah, okay, we'll deal with that later. Okay, so then also, if, Madam Chair, I would like to request that on the agenda, Proventure contract, is listed before the Rosencare contract. I want to ask if we can switch that. I would like to discuss the Rosen, contract first before Proventure. And then,
Wait 1 second, please.
yeah, I spoke with Frank earlier, I mentioned that. It's not a big deal, because it's still being discussed, just in different order. I would like to discuss the Rosencare contract 14.02 before 14.01.
Can we move, what number is, the Rosen?
Rosen's 14.02, and then Proventure's 14.01. I just kind of want to flip-flop them.
Okay.
And then under new business, an employee campaigning policy. And then what I had mentioned earlier during the earlier comments of the student portfolios, so we can have direction to staff on what to do with the student portfolios and the triple I time at the middle schools.
Got it.
What was the last one, Joyce?
Student portfolios.
Student portfolios, and then the triple I time.
Triple what?
They call it triple I, I think it was
Intervention time.
intervention time. I got so many acronyms in my head. Because we discussed it earlier, but I want there to be like a formal discussion and staff have clear direction from the school board.
So, thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Thacker?
No changes.
Thank you. Mr. Bass? Dr. Pace?
Yes, we do have a blue sheet item, 18.03, under school board attorney, to seeking approval of a resolution to continue our ASL services while staff continues to work on a bid protest issue.
Thank you. Okay. Need a motion to approve the agenda as submitted?
Motion to approve the agenda with changes as submitted.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Thacker, second by Mr. Melendez. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those like sign. Motion passes, and it seems like we are starting with, item,
902.
we don't have to do 901 since that's all part of, it's
That was
fine.
approved.
902. And whoever pulled that, wanted that for discussion, this is your time.
Yeah, Madam Chair, so this is the approval of Second Amendment's affiliation with Orlando Health. I don't have anything against this particular item, but it was the best place to insert some comments or concerns from the community that have come to me. So essentially, we have two students, two community members, whose students, through no fault of their own, could not finish the program. One we've seen come and speak twice. Her daughter was in a nursing program. She was almost done. And then I guess the nursing program that she was in went away, and it basically left this student with all this work towards a program that they could not finish, and there was nothing that anyone can do. So since then, another community member reached out to me. Their son was in a CNC machining program. He had completed 520 out of 525 hours of instruction, and then the program went away. So now there's no recourse for them. They're just left with 520 hours of random CNC instruction. So this program here, it just seemed like we're creating a program, which sounds great on paper. It sounds like we're doing something good. But in the end, if these kids get involved in this program, this agreement, even though we're not paying for anything, they're going to go through some of the program, and then in the end, they may not finish because they may not be there anymore. So how can we ensure that, one, that whatever program students start, that they can complete? And number two, if they can't complete, what can we do for the students, or what will we do for the students that are left out of luck in some of these classes?
Mr. Arguello, I believe that Mr. Arnott or Dr. Arnott and his team, Mr. Burdette, I don't think they're still here tonight, but they have been reaching out specifically to students. What happens when we lose an instructor, if we are unable to find a replacement, is that we have to find an alternative way for those particular individuals to complete their programs. I know a couple of options were offered to the student in the nursing program. They were not pleased with any of those options. I can follow up specifically on the CNC program. But what we typically try to do is to make sure that we're able to at least finish that next chunk and provide students with alternatives, even if they might have to go to a different location to be able to complete those programs. Most of them cannot be done in a digital environment, so we can't tap into that resource. We have to have the student go to a location where we're able to finish up the program.
So in the case of that nursing student, I think that the alternatives that she was presented with happened to be things that were completely unrelated to what she was doing, right? So it's something completely unrelated that would force her to start all over again. That's not a real option, right? I mean, that's an option because there was no other option, so you just throw anything out, right? Like somebody pays for steak, you run out of steak, so you give them seaweed. Well, it's completely two different worlds. Obviously, it's a disservice to, I don't know how many kids are involved, but I imagine that it's got to be a good number of students that are involved. This 520 out of 525 hours, I feel like we should be giving him his FTE money and let him go to Valencia College or whatever other institution that we're building so that they can go and complete their program. But to leave them 5 hours short, it just seems like a huge disservice.
If
And I
you send me
imagine
that specific information, I'll be happy to follow up.
Okay.
Motion to approve item 9.02, thank you.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Thacker, second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. 9.03.
Yeah, 9.03, I'm going to withdraw this and I'll motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Arguello, second by Mr. Thacker. Board, all those in favor?
Discussion?
Is this one of the ones you pulled?
No, I didn't pull it,
Okay.
but I just have a question when I saw
Sure.
it. since we pulled it.
Motion, second, discussion.
Marzano, is that the one that's required by the state though? Because Marzano's, I remember back in the day when I'm old, the FCAT.
It is one of
Marzano
the
was part
approved, it is one of the approved instructional observation assessment tools of the state. It's not the only one, but it is one of the approved ones, yes.
Now, has it adapted ever since the FCAT was made? Because now that we've gone to FSA and now PMI, is it still relevant? You know what I mean, in other words? Or?
Yes, they have continued to adapt to the research on high-quality instruction. We've narrowed the observational element so that it's not like 35 things, and we continue to work with the union on that particular process.
Thank you. That's it.
Yeah.
Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. 10.01.
10.01, this is the travel. I think that we get used to seeing, I always look at these because I want to wish the people well in their travels and so on. This seems like a lot of traveling to happen at the very beginning of the year when you would think that this is when leadership is used, and most of these are leadership people moving on. I also like more information regarding the essential reason. I feel like some of this may be wasteful because there's so much of it. And it's I know that there's people that they like to go. All these are in great San Juan, Puerto Rico, Los Angeles, although that's not so nice anymore, San Diego, so on. But, say again?
Oh, nothing.
Okay, good. So my point is that honestly, some of these feel like it's just going to be, for the superintendent avid thing, people complaining about family rights or parental rights in Florida. That's going to be a conference in San Diego. So I don't know. I think it just seems early in the year. The school year just started, and we're spending a lot of time doing things that may not necessarily be of any value to the district or to the taxpayers.
Mr. Thacker?
Yes.
Some of these, they're probably attending because this is when the conferences are. I think it's important that our leadership team is exposed to other leaders around the country on educational issues and discussions about what's going on, and I make a motion to approve it.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Thacker, second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1. Thank you. 10:02.
So 1002 is the approval of a contract for, with Achieve 3000. I think that this is just another example of us putting a fancy tool ahead of the teachers. The only thing that is going to teach these kids is the teachers. I think that there's way too many of these tools. None of them have been shown, at least as a school board member myself, I've not been shown a single tool or proof that any of the contracts that we have has actually benefited our students. Certainly, I think since the day that I was elected until today, our grades have gotten worse. We can say it's for whatever reason, but certainly none of these programs have helped. And it just seems like we're constantly adding more contracts and more contracts without any proof that any of them are working or even being performed. I think in the case of that $800,000 tutoring contract, I have never seen proof that any of that was performed. I still find it hard to believe that they would find people to do their tutoring class when we can't even find teachers ourselves. So how do we know that this is going to work? There's no proof. In the contract itself, there's nothing that says if it does not work, or there's no reporting mechanism.
We have
So,
the right to audit.
Huh?
We can audit.
Yeah, okay.
Every time they can ignore.
Well, but we don't, right? Since I've been here, we haven't audited any of these contracts. We just let them have it. If they do it, they get it, they win it. There's never been us checking to see that any of this stuff has been performed or worked.
I'm happy to review the program evaluation with you, Mr. Arguello. Just let me know when you'd like to go over it.
If we're going to audit one, what I would like to audit is that tutoring contract to see how many hours of tutoring that we actually performed. How was $1 million? I mean, that was a lot. And I find it hard to believe, not just unlikely, but hard to believe that that contract was completed and fulfilled.
Mr. Melendez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and this is something where we had discussed in a prior board meeting, especially after our FSBA retreat, where we said, one of the guest speakers was talking about, let's see outcomes. Let's take the emotion out of it. Whenever we renew any software application, let's see how it's moving the needle forward. And so I appreciate you, Dr. Pace, with trying to respond, but you're not quite there yet. Like on here, it said students who use Achieve 3000 with fidelity experience higher FSLA scores, particularly for students. No, I want to see the data. I want to see, okay, where was it before? And so it should be like a simple chart and say, okay, and those are just third graders. But here it says, not third graders, I'm sorry, it's a middle school students. But this program is for 6 to 12. So if the program's for 6 to 12, the way it needs to be presented to the board is, okay, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. If it's supposed to improve your ELA, I want to see what the ELA scores were before implementation of this program, and then implementation of the program, then the new score after. So that way we can see the delta. So that way, and I don't mean this like an emotional plea, you know what I mean? I just mean that as a good way to analyze data, and and that way we just get good confidence to know, okay, is this program working or not working? So when I just read this, I'm like, what does it mean? Okay, it's better, but like a lot better? Is it like phenomenal better? Do I got to feed it more money and put more gas on it and make this go faster? Or again, it only showed like particularly middle school level, but middle school means what? 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, or 8th grade is performing better. So I think that that I wouldn't even, I'm against approving this because it doesn't meet the standard that we had set before as a board, saying, okay, I want to see the results. And so I'm for delaying this until you can bring back the results of how it happened before we spend money on something without knowing exactly how that return is.
Would you mind giving Dr. Pace specific direction on which data points you'd like to receive?
Yes, it says grade 6 to 12, specifically for students Achieve 3000, right? It's supposed to be for ELA scores. So I want to see the ELA scores from 6 to 12 at the beginning of the use of this. Or is all 6 through 12 being used? And then what are the new scores after the ELA? So the whole point of it is, if the software is supposed to help, it should show the results of how it helped.
Madam Chair, if I may ask Dr. Allen to give us some additional specific
It
information.
could be that it did, and that could be just, I wish I didn't have to delay it. This might be the greatest software program that ever existed. But the problem is, I don't have the empirical data in front of me proving it.
Yeah, we can provide that for you. The point I wanted to bring up was, last year, Achieve 3000 was only utilized in the middle schools, grades 6, 7, 8. It was not used in the high school. There was another program that we piloted called Unsolicited, which we are still using in smaller fashion. But we didn't find as much success in the high schools with pupils as we had before with Achieve 3000. So after much deliberation, among a lot of parties.
And input from teachers specifically, using the material.
We decided to go back to expanding Achieve 3000 from grades 6 through 12, or 6 through 10, specifically with our lower readers in the high school setting. So that's the reason you're seeing the program evaluation instead of 6 through 8, but that's to be
And I appreciate, and I respect you very much, Dr. Allen, and I appreciate that. But the issue is, the board doesn't see that. So when you say you had a discussion and it generated these great results, I just want to see those great results. I don't want to vote like blind, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't mean like blind, like, okay, you know, it's literally blind means I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm just going by your verbal okay. You know what I mean? It's like trust but verification. You know what I mean? I just want to, you know what I'm saying? So if you guys had that great conversation, just share that great conversation with the board and say, hey, this is the empirical data. This is the improvement in student achievement. Because at the end of the day, that's what the school board is here for. We got a lot of politics and noise about all this other stuff, and people kept saying, Julius, you need to focus on student achievement. This is the heart of student achievement. And I want to be able to invest in that technology to achieve greater results with confidence. And that's all that I'm saying. So if that data is there, I think that it'd be worthy for this board to come back and see that data, and that way I can vote with more confidence and saying, yes, I'm going to write that check, and that way there's no doubt that it, there's no doubt that it achieved past results. We can't guarantee future results. That part I do know, because you have to make a best guess. But right now, I don't see empirical data in front of me. So it's not that I don't believe you, Dr. Allen. No, I do. I respect you so much. And but I just don't see it in front of me for at this time. So if it's not time sensitive, like a lot of things, if we could delay it for one board meeting and show us that data and be like, hey, this is how great our students are doing, I'll be more than happy to continue that program with no problem. And I'm only just one vote. I can't speak for the rest of the board, but just to me, that's the reason for the TP, is because this is a new standard. And the thing is, the board had talked about this before a couple months ago, that whenever, because you tried, Dr. Pace, and I see the notes, but because whenever we justify new software, we have to get beyond just verbal. I want to start seeing numbers and seeing how much improvement we're getting, because at the end of the day, that's what we're all going to be held to, that standard.
And full transparency, I'm the one who wrote those notes up, thinking I was saving marks, so but I got better for you.
All right, close. And I respect you. I'm so sorry. Like, I'm trying not to be emotional. I'm not trying to be emotional about it. Like, I know it's tough because it's like it's a criticism. But it's like, because the thing is, we never really done this before either. So for you guys, it's a new challenge. But this is a new board now. You know what I mean? Or at least I'm on this board. You know what I mean? And I want to hold things to empirical data. And every time we renew software, that data has to be getting us get us closest to that target.
I would challenge you that other board members don't ask for data. We do. I'm wondering if, just as a process question, did you see this information before the board meeting?
Yeah.
Because, and the reason I'm asking is because we could have rectified the issue before it came to the board, so that you had the data in front of you before you deliberated.
But we've delivered, I've had this conversation 3 board meetings ago.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, the message has to get across that's not getting across. And it really shouldn't happen behind closed doors.
It's not
It should be
behind closed doors.
in front of
Our
everybody.
emails are public, so the public has access to the conversations that we have.
Okay.
The reason I'm asking is because we're challenging the information that's up here, but we've had it a week ago. So we could have had Dr. Allen add the information so that we would have had the information ahead of time if you wanted it.
Right. Well,
It sounds like.
I'm telling you right now, though.
Sure.
From the future, from now on, let me reiterate what I had said before. I want the data, empirical data, every time we renew any kind of academic software, so I shouldn't have that conversation over and over and over again. You know,
Dr. Allen, could you provide this information at a future date? Okay, and that's my first question. Second question, do you believe in this program? Chief, do you believe in this program?
I
Okay,
recognize you.
then I move to approve 10.02.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I do have a point of discussion. In
Actually, there's a
general-
motion to TP. I think a motion to TP takes precedence over a motion to pass. Is
Okay.
that correct?
Second that motion.
Who had the motion to?
I had the motion to TP this.
I didn't actually hear that motion, but
Okay.
I will honor
Apologies,
that.
I didn't hear
It's
that.
I
fine.
didn't hear it
I
either,
will
so-
honor it, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Discussion, yeah.
Okay. I have a motion and a second to table it with discussion. Do we, all those in favor of tabling it?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Mr. Arguello, I do recognize that you did have your light up, so before we vote on the item, which it sounds like we're going to do, please go ahead and bring up your point.
Yeah, here's the thing, and if it's something new, first of all, I appreciate what you've written here. I took the time, it's not random. I think I've made a point where I say, I don't want to have any discussions behind closed doors. I want everything to be public because it's not just for me. I don't believe that you're lying to me in this document. I think that the public deserves to have a transparent knowledge of what the improvements are. And they're not going to email you and ask you whatever. And when I say you, I mean us, all right? So we should see the data that's telling us that because our proficiency is not telling us that, right? Our proficiency is low. So if we're going to spend now, what is it, $250,000, then it should basically tell us that our proficiency will improve with this expenditure of $250,000. No matter what anybody says, we have not been doing that because our proficiency is decreasing, all right? Or our proficiency is not great. And we're throwing money at education like crazy here. We are a very well-funded school district. Sarah's tremendous at her job. We have a ton of money, right? We're giving contracts left and right. If there's anybody who's selling anything in the world of education, please come to Osceola. We have plenty of money to give. But we have no proof to give back to the community, and that's the problem. So if you wanted to, I would have no problem approving this if, for example, that tutoring contract, you guys showed me proof that it was good, right? But I've been asking that for years. I haven't received a single document that says that they even had 1 hour of tutoring with one student. So I think that the work is good. I'm not questioning the work, and I'm not questioning you or the notes that you've written here. I think that they're sufficient and they're good. It's really about leaving a record of transparency for the community, and that's what our job is to do specifically. So that's why I'm not supporting these things. I just think we need to be better at our job, at oversight, and reporting to our boss, which are all the people that are sitting in those chairs. We don't get, I don't think that, I know, it may be an inconvenience to everyone else to have the discussion, okay? But it's not an inconvenience for us to do a good job at being transparent to the public. And that's what this contract is. The contract, so my vote no is not that your notes here are insufficient, and it's not that you didn't do your work. It's that as a whole, our district is not good at being transparent, and it's not good at reporting back to the community that our contracts that we're paying for with their money, that we're actually getting the work done.
Okay. In general, I think that we should have a standard of what data we want to have appended to these contracts so that the staff can do the work ahead of time and they can go ahead and append it. I do have a motion in a second, which we're going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to call the question, but just as a point of clarification, when I'm asking for folks to submit these questions ahead of time, it is not for lack of transparency. It is to give the staff, who spends a lot of time in general writing these things, to be able to add the information ahead of time so we can have a robust discussion and we're not saying, I don't know, let me go ahead and table this. That is the reason that I would ask that we do the work ahead of time, read our agenda, ask the questions so that they can have the information and they're prepared to answer in the public. It is not for lack of transparency. It is in order to give them space to be able to do their work.
I absolutely agree with you. I think that's exactly what we're asking for. It's just that we've been asking now, at least I've been asking for more than a year, and it's still not appearing on these documents. So here's the thing. We should never have discussion again then, because we have 3 board members asking for the same thing, for the staff and for the district to provide all the documents. And here's the documents that I think that they should put on. If you're going to put it here and you're going to ask for $250,000 or $800,000, then put all the evidence already on the form that we can review and that everyone can look at the agenda and say, hey, wow, that's $800,000 well spent. If it were me, I would spend that money. So we should never have to have the discussion again. Now there's 3 board members that with consensus, saying, put all of the data that you have. You sell it like if you're prosecuting a case. Prosecute the case, make sure that it's absolutely thorough, that you have all the proof that you need with everything. Because that's what the community deserves. That's why they pay for us. That's what they want us to do, is to ensure that every penny that we spend is spent on their behalf well. And so let's do that. Let's provide them with the proof that they're asking for.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mr. Thacker, a second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
so we don't have the back end of this issue in the future, which we've had in the past. Is it the board's opinion that if they want built into the contracts, how will the performance be measured? So there's a report of
Benchmarks are fine. I wouldn't put it so much in the contract as in the body, because this is what folks are looking at when they're looking at our agenda, but that's just my opinion.
well, it'd be an exhibit.
And the issue, Frank, is contract renewals. When you're doing a brand-new contract, you don't have empirical data of how it's performing. But whenever you renew a contract, like this one is a renewal,
That's where
we
it
now
comes in,
have
right.
empirical data on how it performed.
Right. Could be
So
under-
I just want to be able to see, well, how did it perform?
Inform-
And like what, to Mr. Aguilar's point was, if it's on the public agenda, everybody can see that and review it. Okay, it performed, this is why that it's renewing, so it's self-explanatory.
But you also want in the contract at the end, say a contract's been performed.
Right.
Did it produce?
I think more than a year ago, in fact, I asked for that to be added, that every contract should have a post-contract report that says, this is how this contract
We
did for
did
the
that in
people.
fiscal year on facilities.
3-2. He said no. 3-2, right? Just to confirm, the vote was 3-2?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. 11.06? Not sure who pulled this.
John.
John, Mr. Regoya.
11.06.
Health insurance, reinsurance.
I don't think I pulled 11.06. That might have been Julius.
No,
You
Did I
pulled it.
pull 11.06?
Yep.
I wrote it down, but that doesn't mean I wrote it
I
down.
have it now. I have it as well. I
That was you,
have it as
Mr.
well.
Aguilar. Because at the workshop, it was explained, the whole reinsurance.
Maybe it was.
Okay,
Mr.
just, forgive me, I misspoke, and so
I
let
make a
me.
motion to approve 1106.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Thacker, second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes 5-0. 12.02.
Yeah, 12.02. Okay, so this is for Follett. Here's my recommendation for this contract. If they're, basically, this is a database of all the books that we have in our libraries, correct?
No.
It records
Mr.
our devices, it records books. It's an inventory platform.
Right. And it has all the books in our libraries, correct?
Yes.
So then, in that process, in that database, and because Follett works for bookstores, they do all, this is essentially what they do, right? They inventory product. Can they not add something a notation to the books with the book issue to say that this is mature content or so on, so that any parent that looks up, because this is also the system that a parent would look up, right, in the libraries for a book, right?
Mr. Thorne, can you give us a little more clarification on this contract?
Yes, so Paula already has.
I can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
It has the ability to mark material as mature.
Right.
So we're going through that process right now to determine what that is. And we can actually create a patron that students or parents who have asked their students or marked that they should not have access to mature content, that an error message would pop up when someone were to go in there like a library media specialist for checkout purposes. So it would be restricted in that way.
So I'm not a genius. Somebody else already thought of using Follett because their inventory, right, to be able to mark something as mature content, right? But they're not doing that for our books. We as a school district is doing that for our books. Okay, so but what system are we doing that? I mean, we didn't really discuss that here, that we were gonna do that, right? So obviously this is not.
We have
During our book workshop that you were a part of,
Yep.
we talked about there are different peer review systems that we get that information from. So that determines that.
Okay,
So
but
if you remember that.
obviously that's in my opinion, something that should be brought before the board. The system that we're gonna use to mark materials mature or not. I know that you may not believe that way because when we had that meeting, the staff that was there decided that it was not the community that should decide what was mature content. They thought it was the other side, so.
We were there to discuss the process that's in place.
Right, but that's not a voting meeting, right? This is the voting meeting here. So this is where it should be brought, and we should, as a board, decide what our policy is gonna be regarding mature content, no?
The board requested that we review the standards, and I both thought we had consensus. They also reviewed the process. This is also where if parents have submitted a request for their student to have limited or no access to the library, it's going to appear in the Follett system. And that was discussed among the board. If you think it should come back as a policy, happy to work on that with Mr. Boyd.
I believe absolutely that it should be a policy. We should have a policy on mature content, should we not? I'm one board member. I mean, is there any board member here who does not believe that that should be a school board policy decision?
No, we had a discussion on that already.
Did we decide? Because who can tell me what that policy
It
is?
sounds like the parents are making the choice for their children. That is exactly what we discussed during the workshop. I thought we had already talked about this issue.
Right, so here's the issue that we're talking about now. How do we mark content mature or less than mature or what? How does it get the rating? So if a parent has three options, right? Full access, limited access, right? No access. How do we decide what book is gonna be mature or not mature?
On the board, the actual.
Pretty confident we went over that in the workshop.
Well, what was the answer then? Remind me.
The librarians were talking about it. They went over, there's a PowerPoint presentation that was amended to that, so if you can go ahead and
Do you
take a look
remember
at that.
what it is?
We can go ahead and discuss it at a different time because
So
that's not
then,
what's on the
should
agenda right
we,
now.
as a school board, make a decision as to what is mature and what is not mature content? As representatives of the community, which is what we are, should we not be the ones that are taking responsibility for deciding what is mature and what is not mature content? Should we not be adopting the system that we use for that? If there's a system that is marking books, right, as mature or not mature, shouldn't we five be responsible for making that decision and accepting that? We are the ones that are elected here.
Yeah, but I thought that was though, the case though. I remember
We didn't
looking-
vote for it.
I remember, I guess that's a different story. Yeah, because at the workshop, it was presented to us. I guess from a procedural standpoint, I don't think we actually formalized it. Because a workshop, you can't vote at a workshop. So to Mr. Arguello's point, we did see it, and I was satisfied with the standards, but I don't remember actually voting for it and actually making.
Because at the workshop, the decision was made to leave it as it is. So no
What is
one
it?
brought it up. Mr. Arguello, two things. This is not the issue on the table, and you know that. We all know that you know.
Here's
We
what I'm
are
saying, this is how
talking
it
about-
relates back to the contract.
We are talking about the Follett contract.
Yes.
And that is what I think we should focus on.
Okay, so here's how
The
it-
meeting has an agenda for a reason.
Okay, thanks
I
for the
called the
smart comment.
question.
So here's what I'm saying. The Follett contract, in my opinion, which we could decide as a board, should be able to label so that when parents go and look at libraries, they can see right away what is mature and what is not. The question was posed to Mr. Thorne. Mr. Thorne was telling us that the staff was gonna use one of the resources, one of the associations that decided what is mature, what is not mature. We have not seen, excuse me, which one that is, that association. None of us here can name which association is deciding for our community what is mature and what is not mature content. Right? So anyways, what I was saying is that we should use Follett. He said that they have the capacity to do so. Put the mature content label so that parents can see when they search the libraries. That's all.
Do I have a motion on this?
We amend the motion to include the ability to label?
Isn't it already labeling it? Because I feel like you said that already.
But it's not doing, I'm not talking about the company's ability, I'm talking about us taking action.
Is it not labeling it for the students? Because you did say that it does do that a couple minutes ago.
Okay, so our books are being labeled right now as mature and Follett? Okay, Mr. Thorne, I'm not asking if it has the ability. I understand, you've said that, I understand. I want to make sure you know that I understand that it has the ability. What I'm asking is, as a board, should we decide that these things be, and we should basically provide direction that they will begin using the thing that has capacity to do so, mature, label the books as mature.
Madam Chair, may I
Mr.
recommend?
Thacker, 1 second, please.
I understand what Mr. Arguello is saying. Happy to have a discussion about that at the appropriate time. That is not what this is about. The ability to market, as you're saying, is here. That's not what this is about. I'll make a motion to approve the Follett the Second Amendment. And if we want to, at some point, have that exact discussion of using it, I'm fine with having that discussion at the next meeting or when, as it's agenda. But right now, we're approving a specific contract, which by approving it, it does have the ability to do what you're asking. So the question to
So
me
we
is the
can-
next question.
Okay, I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Thacker, second by Mr. Bass. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
Thank you.
Sorry, was that 12:02?
12.02. We're going to 13.01. Not sure who pulled this one. Is that you? 13.01?
13.01?
13.01.
Okay, first of all, can I have that Follett contract, that issue, put onto the next agenda? At the next meeting?
Madam Chair, I believe he's articulating he'd like the issue of labeling.
I already signaled that we can do it. 13.01.
Okay, wow, 1301. So, I went through this presentation, right? So, the instructions were that whatever we did had to be a fact. We can state facts. We cannot promote, we cannot oppose, but we can state fact, right? So, some of this is questioned. It says, one, this is not a tax increase, right? So this is kind of a subjective view of this issue. This absolutely is a tax increase because it dies, right? It dies in 2025. It sunsets in 2025. Therefore, what we're doing is an extension of a tax increase. And I think that we need to make that clear to the public. That's the number one bullet. We need to be absolutely honest with that because we're saying it's not a tax increase. Of course it's a tax increase. Okay, I know what you're trying to say, but it's not true here in this case, I would argue.
I see that a little differently, because it's a current one. It has the ability to sunset and get lowered based on the decision to do it. So it's not an increase or a decrease until the voters decide. So technically, well, I don't know, that could be splitting hairs a little bit.
Members of the board.
What I do have more of a concern with is, now that we're looking over, I didn't have a big item, but now that I'm double checking it, the word renew is in orange letters as opposed to white letters. It needs to be the same white letter and font, because when you have renew just by itself, it's looking like you're promoting the renewal of it. So we have to be careful with that and just say Osceola rents, whether it's a renew, and just use it the same font, same color, and that way it's not like, look at me, we're trying to get you to renew. Because it could be, that to me could be misconstrued as promotion.
Actually, fair argument.
So if I also,
So I think it's the previous one. Yeah, no, he's talking about this right there. So the word renew.
On the 5 facts,
To white.
9 facts about sales tax 2022.
Yeah, and not be bold letters or not capitalized letters, just use regular.
Oh, up in the
Yeah.
heading. I got you.
That makes sense.
Thank you, sorry.
And like I said, I still would kind of disagree, because technically it's not a tax increase, the tax stays the same. So that's getting too technical. I'd rather keep that in language, and if the state doesn't like it, then we can get kicked right back out and adjust it then. But I think that on its face, it's not a tax increase, because the tax rate is what it is.
then it should be a
It's
tax
sustained.
extension.
Yes, now we can say tax extension and add that on, but it's definitely not an increase. An extension is not an increase,
Well, then
by
I'm
definition.
okay with it being language that says this is an extension of this tax increase, because that's exactly what it is. It's an extension of a tax increase, and it was absolutely a tax increase, right? So this is an extension of a tax increase, then I'm fine with that. That would be more accurate. Because saying that this is not a tax increase is dishonest, in my opinion.
I disagree with that opinion, but that's for the rest of the board to say. But in my opinion, it's not an increase. Extension is not an increase. So when we say this is not an increase, we're being forthright and honest with people over what it is. And that's just my opinion, respectfully, Mr. Rivera.
I agree with that.
Was that?
That was my issue with that, yep.
Okay, thank you. It is an information item, so we're not voting on this. 14, oh.
Yeah,
Okay,
let's
so
see.
we're going through the items under finance. We, I suppose, agreed to move 14.01 to 14.02. So we will be starting with the approval of the medical services agreement with Rosencare. Mr. Vice Chair.
I think we both had.
Melinda.
Yeah,
Melinda.
yeah. Mine's a little bit long, Mr. Argoyo. Do
No,
you want to go over
please.
yours first?
Here's the thing, I pulled it just in case no one else was going to. I know that there was, if it wasn't me, I was worried that no one would pull it. So here's the thing, I just have one question to the attorney here. This is not a place where I would waiver a jury trial. I think that in the contract language. I know that that's not the most important, biggest issue here. There's far other more important issues here, but,
You want me to change it? I'll change it.
yeah, I mean, right, there's no advantage to us to waiver a jury trial in this particular situation, right?
Actually, is on the theory that I'm defending. I like
Yeah.
a judge better than the jury, given what juries are like today.
Yeah.
So I look at this as a business agreement and think a judge can look at it better than the potential of either side swaying a jury.
Okay.
And I think a judge elected in this county fundamentally.
I mean, but
I
here's the
think
thing, we
there's
would
a-
comply with our contractual
Right,
obligations.
I think there's a
right?
deference to the legislative bodies that you really have to prove they did something wrong. You know, I
Yeah.
mean, a respect. So that's why I'm okay with the judge in this case. I wouldn't be in some others, but in this one I was. And our business contracts, I don't have a problem with that because I think judges get it better than juries trying to explain.
Yeah. It makes it easier for you, I'm sure. Yeah.
Mr. Thacker?
If it's okay with the board, I've got some comments, but they really kind of cross both of them, and I'll just make them.
Can we start with Mr. Melendez's point first? 'Cause he, or you want to?
Yeah,
No, no. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I defer to
Yeah,
you.
go ahead.
Mr.
No,
Arroyo.
I apologize. No, go ahead, Jules.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Stacker. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
A couple of points in the contract itself, and then we'll talk about the money part, because that's really the hang-up more than anything. We had issues before with intellectual property, with the prior agreements with Cigna and data coming back and forth. So that's one thing that I want to make sure that we're really clear on, because on item 2.5 on page 6, 2.51, nothing in this agreement shall be construed to give either party right, title, or interest in any part of the other party's intellectual property. You know, so I was like, And then 2.53, with the exception of documents considered.
Hold on, just let me get there.
Should I let you guys get, I'm sorry, page 6.
I think there's another blurb that says that we both own equally the intellectual property.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to next. But the next part is like.
You're on
really-
2.5,
Roger, sir.
you're 2.5?
Yes,
Okay,
2.5,
there.
yes.
I'm sorry.
Now, 2.53 is some legal mumbo jumbo. You know, with the exception of documents considered to be part of the patient's medical record. And so I tried to look at medical record anywhere else, because I want to make sure that we own that medical record and that there's no issues with it. And it does say, all medical records created pursuant to this agreement shall be between Rosencare and us. So like, we both own the medical record at the same exact time? You know, be the property of Rosencare. And then, and it goes, however, such document may not be shared with any other party other than the client or its current employees without Rosen prior consent. So I don't know if that means, it went back and forth between a medical record and like regular documents. So I can understand like regular documents, but I wanted the records to be ours. So we can share it with, with or without anyone's permission to share the documents that we have. So in the case of us, because contracts don't last forever, just like Cigna didn't last forever, and we want to be able to transfer that data to somewhere else. If this contract doesn't last forever, I want to be able to transfer that data somewhere else without asking permission to do so. So that's just a contractual thing to look at. Another issue on, we have the, okay, we got that part answered. I'm sorry, there was one that Frank answered earlier, so I'm not gonna bring that up again. Now, the effect on termination, 8.3, when I compare it to, say, Miami-Dade schools, because I did a record request for Miami-Dade and also for Palm Beach County, their attorney signed off here in Miami-Dade that the school board can terminate the agreement for convenience by granting 90 days notice. And their attorney said, hey, we don't believe in 180 days or long-term commitments, because if we're going to terminate for convenience, we don't want to be married for a very long time. We want to terminate in transition as we know that there has to be a transition process, but in Miami-Dade, they specifically allow a 90-day notice. And our effective termination is a 180-day notice. And so I think that's 90 days too far. That's almost 6 months. So if we want to decide to terminate that, I think that if it's good enough for Miami-Dade, which is one of the largest school districts in the county, that it should be good enough for us as well. And their termination clause in Miami-Dade talked about, that you're going to have a good transition, that you're going to give us what we need, all of our documents are there. So I do believe that maybe we should tighten up this language to be a little bit more clear, because it's towards the end of the sentence. Because it says if it's terminated by either party, performing things of that nature, and then at the very end it says, okay, we can do 180. I just wanted to make it where it's clear on the contract, because people sue all the time, and Rosen's got big pockets. They can afford big lawyers just like us. And I don't want to get entangled on language that's not really ambiguous. I want it to be really clear and say, okay, look, we can terminate 90 days. The electric records are ours. You give us our data. We're cool. We're cool. We're cool. You know what I mean? It's
You
like,
want
hey.
me to address these as you go through them, or wait
Yeah,
till you go
because
through
I'm
all of
wondering
them?
if there's a business case for the 180.
Let me say this. First of all, the Dade County attorney did not say the 90 and the 180 he didn't want to keep. They simply made a business decision that 90 was appropriate. We went with 180 because the operational people, Lauren and Sarah, said, given what they've done and learned in the process of transitioning to this model, and then in transitioning this year to the new one, when we got rid of Aether, that they felt 6 months gave them proper and ample time to get through it, because 90 days literally is a compact time to transition 8,000 people in their medical care. So that's what was explained to me. It's your business decision, 180. It's not mine.
Yeah. Well, Miami-Dade, let me read their thing, and this is a request for waiver of minimum contract standards. So this was like a bullet point language, and their attorney had put here, staff has requested that the school board enter into the aforementioned contract. However, a legal review of the same has determined that provisions of this contract fall below guidelines delineated in board policy 8, it's their own board policy.
That's what he said.
And it shows here on their boilerplate point language for all their contracts, because we have that too. We have termination clauses in most of our contracts. The school board has, for their convenience, 30 days written notice. But they realize with the conversation we had now, 30 days is way too short. So their attorney made a recommendation and the school board approved. School board can terminate this agreement for convenience by granting 90 days notice. And then it was passed and entered into the final agreement. So Miami-Dade went through the same exact conversation that we did and made the determination in their business case that 90 days was sufficient to transfer.
May I ask, and I know you have some questions, but since we're addressing Mr. Melendez, did you want to chime in on the decision for the 180?
Frank said it. Operationally, 90 days could be a crunch. I would also just say, this is an agreement that was negotiated with the vendor as well. So if you guys want to suggest making a change there, I don't know if they would need that to consider in the board review also.
I would like to make that
And
suggestion.
that was the reason for the business case, was that we thought 180 days would be more appropriate for transition.
Yeah, and Miami-Dade went through that already, and it's already been proven that 90 days is sufficient.
Well, let-
Miami-Dade's a lot bigger than we are.
Let's talk about our model and quit throwing Miami-Dade, because if you want to throw Miami-Dade as the model to follow,
Mr.
I've done work down there. We do not want Miami-Dade to be the model
Mr.
for Orange
Kaufman,
County.
please stick
Let me
to-
finish.
please-
You're
no, no.
interrupting me.
Wait,
Let me
This is-
finish.
Stick
Mr.
to legal
Melendez,
counsel,
Mr.
not
Melendez.
to opinion. You're not a
Mr.
school board member,
Melendez.
Mr. Poppenbarger.
Mr.
You're legal
Melendez.
counsel. Be careful on what you're doing, okay? You're not here to advocate on behalf of any vendor or anything like that. You are an attorney to give legal advice, not to be promoting for or against a particular position.
And
You're
that's
not
what I'm
elected
doing.
official.
Mr.
That's what I'm
Melendez,
doing.
please let Mr.
Just-
Koppenbacher answer the question.
First of all,
No, I'm not
the
done.
Dade County attorney, in my opinion, if that's what he said, step beyond the role of a lawyer, because it's not a legal decision what the time frame is. It is a policy decision to be made by the board, and the business decision that was recommended was 180, or pardon me, whatever the days were, the 6 months. That was made operationally. It has nothing to do with the law. If you ask a lawyer, if you look at virtually every contract we signed, this is different because of medical, we have the discretion to terminate at any time. We don't lock in days, all right? This is very unique because of the magnitude, what was explained to me, and I'm not advocating for anyone. You pick whatever you want, but it is a business decision.
Right. And my business decision, after visiting it a couple of times, we actually own all the equipment in there. So there's no, we own the building, we own the lab equipment, we own the x-ray equipment, we own everything except for the staff. So really, all it is a matter of transitioning staff over. Now, if we may need more than 90 days to transition staff, but actually, in the contract, it says here that if we were to, on page 210, section 210, page 13, clients, it's in the middle, like, you're not supposed to, like, solicit their staff, but they do make an exception that client seeking healthcare services provider upon termination or non-renewal of this agreement. So in other words, we're not allowed to solicit their employees anytime during this agreement. But if it gets terminated, we're allowed to go to their employees and say, hey, do you want to stay? But only if we do it, not if we hire another third-party person to take over the clinic. If we want to take over the clinic ourselves and hire these employees, we're allowed to do that. And so that's where I'm going to be in my last argument, because that's how much money this thing increased. But so just to let you know, 90 days is sufficient, because now we can solicit their employees, we own all the data with electronic medical records, and then we own all the assets, every piece of equipment in that health center. The building itself belongs to the school district. Rosen doesn't own anything. Rosen doesn't even own the staff. They have a contract with Helix to do a subcontract, so it's not even their staff that's working at the clinic. So I don't see somebody making a business case of why it takes more than 90 days to do it, because we own all those assets. So there's some changing of the guard, obviously, because remember too, this is a health clinic. This isn't health insurance. So there's not pending claims, there's no reimbursements, there's no money coming back from insurance companies. They come to our clinic, we pay them a salary, and they go on their way. So there's not even like pending bills, we aren't charging hospitals and getting reimbursed. So there's not even that complexity of the stuff going on. So I would like to have at least a better argument as to why, no, just business. No, that's just a vague word. I know my stuff. I visited the clinic multiple times. I know what a medical clinic entails. And we own everything. That's the difference. That's one thing I do like about this contract compared to, Cigna back in the day. We didn't even own the data. We had to fight so long just to get access to the records. But if we have the records, we have the building, we have the assets, well, it takes longer than 90 days to switch over. Other than collecting a whole bunch of money for a lot longer than what they need to be collecting money for. So I haven't heard a single case with specifics on why 120 days, 180 days is necessary versus 90 days. Again, I made my case, and not only did I make my case, but another school district that's larger than us, because that's what I heard. Oh, it's large. Well, Miami-Dade is pretty large too, and they found it sufficient for 90 days to do that. This is a lot of money, and we'll talk about that last. That's going to be my end point. This is not like it's costing us $20 a month. This is costing us, it's a lot of money. When it's $400,000 as a pass-through, these people are charging us, almost $500,000 a month. So $500,000 a month multiplied by 6 months, that your decision to delay 3 months is going to cost us about $4 million. So I'm trying to save the district about $4 million. That's why I'm fighting so bad to get these 90 days. You know what I mean? Because if we ever have to terminate, I don't want to lose $4 million. Now, some other people on this board may not agree. $4 million may not be a lot to them, but I can ask these teachers, what can I do with $4 million in the teacher's salaries? You know, so I'm sorry, I didn't try to get a clap. I'm just trying to do the right thing and fight for more money for our schools. Now, going to that, what Miami-Dade does do, because when I compared, because I did talk to the superintendent earlier, and she mentioned that the money was comparable to what other people are doing. Great. So I looked up Palm Beach County, and I looked up Miami-Dade. Yes, Miami-Dade, their fee is about $1.6 million a year for their services. But guess what the difference is? The difference, negative. $906 million for one of their Jackson facilities. But the difference is, it's not just a management fee. What's included in the Miami-Dade contract is you get a physician, you get a certified medical assistant, you get supplies, you get data integration, you get virtual primary care, you get your EMR in your data warehouse, you get healthcare professions, you get license and dues, you even get waste removal. They even throw away your trash. You get general administration, and you also get a management fee. You get all of that for $906,000. For our contract here at Rosen, it's $1.4 million, and we get nothing. You still got to do everything as a pass-through. So that's that one. Then we look at Palm Beach County. Palm Beach County, their annual fees again, so $900,000 was Miami-Dade, not the entire county, but for the Jackson facility, because you got to compare apples to apples. That's just one facility, because Miami-Dade has. Now, Palm Beach County, their annual fee is $1.6 million, but again, what do they have included for that $1.6 million? All the employees, the physicians, the nurse practitioners, the registered nurses, the dietitian, and the medical assistants. So when you say how much money we get in charge, they're not passed through. We're paying them a management fee, but in addition, we're getting staff to actually work at the facility. And I had a heart attack when I first got elected. You know, Rosen's doing a good job. Let me make that clear. You know, I think that it's subjective, but overall, I'm impressed with the way they run things. Now, they've had some turnover issues, but here's the issue. $800,000 for a pass-through company. That's like me saying, hey, John Arguello, here's $800,000. Just run the facility. You know what I'm saying? So Mr. Arguello just bills everything to the district and doesn't have to hire anybody and doesn't have to. It's mind-boggling the amount of money that's going to them. So I thought $800,000 was way too much to not even provide any staff for the facility. So, but I kind of swallowed it and let it be, because you guys know about it. I brought this up before, and I was like, you know what? Maybe you can justify it because they had to set it up. They had to, you know, create a new model. They had to, adjust things with the computer. Kind of get the servicing right, whatever. I mean, even their website, we have to pay additional for the website for scheduling. Don't even give us a free website to do the scheduling. We have to pay for that too. So the point is that $800,000 was ridiculous for a pass-through organization. And I talked to other people and I said, that's way too much. And I thought, okay, let me breathe, let me relax. The setup is a lot. It's a new model. It's brand new. Nobody's doing it. I'm like, all right. So I put in my mind that this is going to be a contract for $500,000, $600,000. I'm like, you know what? Because now you're in maintenance mode. The building's already there. The staff has already been hired. It needs, everything needs improvement, but it's maintenance. So I'm thinking in my brain, $500,000, $600,000. Hey, we get a $1.4 million bill. Triple. I'm like, oh my God, double. Well, almost 800,000, but I thought it was 500, so it's like almost triple in my brain. But I guess not in my math. In real math, it wasn't triple. But then, to make matters worse, this is technically the contract expired. This isn't an extension with one-year option. This is a brand new contract. So I said, Dr. Pace, can we RFP this? Because this is a ridiculous amount of money that we're paying for somebody to be a pass-through organization, especially when I have evidence that other people are willing to do it for a lot less. I mean, because their management fee is smaller. Because again, the numbers may look alike, but they're actually providing staff to go along with it. And I guess not. It's whatever the board wants. And so now we're gonna have no bid contracts. And so we're gonna give $1.4 million contract, and they're not gonna even compete for it. Let Rosen compete. Let them go out there, and if they can compete. I'm not against them. I think, like I said, I think they're doing a pretty good job. This is all about the money. This is about, the whole purpose of this program is to actually, provide better health outcomes for people or to save us money. And as a matter of fact, if we were to do this, we would actually be in violation of our strategic plan that says fiscal stewardship in goal 3. It says in fiscal responsibility, strengthen the health services plan governance structure for maximum efficiency and long-term financial sustainability. We are passing this contract, a no-bid contract that doesn't even compete with nobody, that more than doubles the amount of money that what they're currently doing, is definitely not maximizing efficiency. By voting for this, we're going to be in an actual contradictory to our goals that we had, strategic plan that we had put out there. And so this is something where, I mean, not only that, but here's another thing I even did. I even took the time to do all this work because this really got me pumped. Because, we have Proventure, which is why I had Proventure delayed next. Proventure is supposed to give us a cost-benefit analysis. If there are healthcare...
Can I ask, are you, because you're bringing in another contract?
Yes.
And there's folks I want to speak on this one.
Yes.
Would you
Okay.
be able to pause
It's
that?
no, it's related, and I'll show how it's related to this one. Because I did the job of Proventure. Because Proventure is supposed to be our healthcare consultant to let us know what direction we're doing, how much money we're spending. If this is an RFP, not our RFP, that's kind of what a consultant does, right? So I went to Indeed Jobs, and I went here. Look, they got healthcare transformation consultant. They have a medical doctor, physical therapist, and I put the salaries. I said, what if we just took over the healthcare thing ourselves and never did it with anybody, and actually paid a medical director? You pay a director $300,000. You pay a doctor $250,000. You pay the nurse practitioners. You pay a case manager. Yada yada yada. All that adds up to about $2.3 million. But that's all in. I don't have to pay a management fee to anybody. And so with that, because again, this is 1.4 million plus the 900,000. Well, we're not going to talk about that. There's basically $1 million to Proventure, which is the same company owned by Rosen. So they're getting $2.4 million without staffing a single person in the clinic. And that $2.4 million is basically the math that I did. It's going to cost us about $2.5 million to fully staff it ourselves, and they'd be our full-time employees. Because I spoke to some people that there's turnover even there. Like, they're not even having the same personnel all the time. So if they're going to turn over, might as well be our full-time employees for $2.5 million and not have anybody hold us hostage. Because that's how I feel like it is. They're like, oh, you already used us. It was like $800,000 was like the entry fee, which I thought was exuberantly high. I would have never approved something like that on the school board. But now it's like, hey, you got us locked in. You don't want to change. It's too much effort to change. Bang, I'm going to hit you with $1.4 million. And then what are they going to bang us with next? $2.5 million? Then keep banging us because they're running the clinic, and then nobody wants to actually change, and it makes it harder to do. And then to add insult to injury, it's a management fee. They have escalators and inflationary adjustments every single year. So that 1.4 is just year one. They want automatic escalators every year. And I was like, wait a second. I'm a little bit smarter than the average bear. I was like, wait a second. I know, like, if I build a school, you get escalators. Why? Because the cost of wood goes up. What if the employees go, you know what, I want a raise. You got to pay me. Here, the staff is being subcontracted in the pass-through cost. So if the nurses all got together and said, I want a raise, well, guess what? We're going to have to give them that raise and pay them more because it's a pass-through. And then we still got to pay the inflationary adjustment of the management fee. So we pay twice.
With all due respect, if I may, there are some folks that still want to speak on this point. Would you mind if we give them a chance to speak, please?
Okay, so with that being said, we have, and I'll wrap it up, we can always go on from there, but this is just too much money going to somebody when they're asking for so much money that we have the ability now to not even look at, not even hiring outside. We can just almost look at the analysis of just doing it ourselves. We already own the assets, we already own the equipment, we own the building. At this point, you can almost take it over, or at the very minimum, allow it to be bid out. And they can bid on it. Rosen can bid on it and let them beat somebody else to the punch, But I'm pretty sure, I almost guarantee you that if we RFP'd it, it's going to be less than $1.4 million. And it would have been worth the effort to save that money, because every dollar that we save is a dollar that this district can use for something else.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez. Mr. Thacker?
First off, I think the school district being in a position of operating a health clinic could be an extremely slippery slope. There's a tremendous amount of highly sensitive information. There's a whole mountain of HIPAA rules, and I think we need to kind of think that through a lot. When the initial conversations took place with Rosencare and Provencher 3 years ago, I guess, some of those conversations were about the district taking over the health clinic at some point from them, or doing their internal management. I think it's at some point that may make some sense. I think if you do it, it needs to be some sort of a little bit arm's length if you want to do that. I do know that getting this thing going was rocky. It's far from perfect today. It's certainly better than it was 2 years ago, and I think it's significantly better than what it was, say, 4 years ago, before with the prior operator. Helix, which is our medical director, I think it's problematic. Having a medical director that's not here, I think is problematic. I think the reason it took longer to get going is hiring people. What they do bring, though, that the school district doesn't have is what's a good doctor? How do they hire a doctor? How do they hire a nurse practitioner? I don't know any of those things. And I will tell you, I don't know that they struggled hiring the right people. They struggled getting people, which I think is the job market, pretty much everything right now. So not that I would give them a pass on that, because I don't give them a pass on that. I will tell you, switching is disruptive. I think the clinic is getting its legs under it right now from the comments I get from teachers or participants. Maybe not just teachers, but the people that comment to me about the center. I think people are seeing improvements. We have reduced our cost. The main purpose of this was to do two things. It was to reduce costs, and it was to provide better healthcare opportunities for our employees. And in my opinion, I believe, and again, based on some of the feedback, I think we are getting that. The 90 days or 180 days, I know what we went through when we switched it out before, and it was every bit a 180-day process. I get that we own the equipment. I get that we could possibly hire the people. But if the people don't come, it's a huge disruption. I think at its stage in its lifestyle or life cycle, I'm not ready to make that change. It is expensive. They are also doing a lot of things working towards healthcare we talked about some today, the cancer patients, really being able to walk people through the process, give them options, help them find the best things for their cost and for their health that they need. I think some of those things are going well. Like I say, has it been perfect? Very far from it. But I do think it's getting its legs under it and it's doing well. I'm okay with the contract. I agree it's expensive, but I also think we're getting, I can't comment on Miami-Dade or I think it was Palm Beach you said, because I have not read them. I believe what you told me. I mean, I'm not questioning that, but I don't, the devil's often in the detail, which I think you mentioned a lot, and without kind of knowing that detail, I don't know. I would like to go ahead with that and make a motion.
People have comments.
Pardon me? We can make a motion to any point, and then we can discuss the motion.
Would you be willing to amend that motion to negotiate a new fee? Because we're technically doing a no-bid contract. We're not allowing it to be open for this amount. Would you be willing to amend that motion to hey, go back there and see if they're at least willing to reduce the price?
I think that I've talked to Sarah and Dr. Pace on this, and I think they've had those conversations. I think they feel they've reached the best they can. I don't, I'm concerned about not having an agreement in place and not moving here, I guess, is part of my concern. Sarah or Dr. Pace or Frank, I'm not sure who, can you kind of help me with the timing of where we stand here?
Our current contracts expire September 30th.
Okay, so we are
As a
under.
matter of fact, legally, are we even allowed to do this? This isn't with an option to renew. Are we legally even allowed
Yes.
to just automatically renew a contract,
Yes.
without an option?
Yes. You can enter into it, and there's an exemption under Florida law, which Cigna tried to challenge, that lets you enter into healthcare contracts without RFPs or bidding.
Can I see that? Because I want to make sure the school board isn't voting for something that it may.
I'll give you all the pleadings that were filed in our state things, and you can read them. It lays it all out in the state statute. That's how you got this contract to start with, using that exemption, because Cigna tried to use the bidding process to make us stay with them for another year.
We are on 14.02, correct?
Yeah.
I would like to go ahead and make a motion to approve 14.02 and with some more discussion.
I'll second for discussion.
Motion by Mr. Thacker, second by Mr. Bass, discussion by Mr. Arguello.
Wow. So, here's the thing. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Number one, that's something that I learned when I was 8 years old. Talking about a slippery slope, this is the most slippery slope organization I've ever been part of in my entire life. I may only be 47, but I've never been anywhere more slippery than this school district. But now we're going to worry about the slippery slope. Talking about information and that being a concern, we have how many students? 70,000 students with critical information. We have a $100,000 annual review of our security because of the important information that we house for students. None of those are real concerns. Okay, I wish I could mention what the real concern was here. The idea, from what I understand, of switching healthcare providers, although it's very clear through other discussions that this is not the case, but the idea was that the money would go back to the teachers. That never happened, okay? And that's the number one concern. The teachers never got made whole from the process of switching, taking away their healthcare, right? Which may have made sense from a financial standpoint, okay? Because our costs were out of control. I can acknowledge that. But then you tell them that we're gonna make your life better through this switch. I'm not sure that that's exactly happened. We have a whole bunch of them here. I'm sure that any one of them would be happy to tell us whether or not they love this process. $1.4 million is an exorbitant amount of money, right? We should not be doing it without, in my opinion, bidding it. But here you have, okay, a school board member who pulled out facts. He pulled out information, he did his research, he came out with very good ideas on why this is a bad idea, and here you come with your predetermined conclusion that you're going to do this. You are not the only school board. I don't know if you've realized this, but you're not the only school board member, okay? I know that you act like it because, I spoke to Dr. Pace, and I spoke to Sarah, so I've decided we're going to push through. The prudent thing, if you really cared about this community, if you really cared about your employees, if you cared about your students, what you would be doing right now is TPing this contract for further discussion because you have people that are uncomfortable. I know you just steamroll the process and you're the big bully in town and, hey, I'm going to, feel free to walk out at any point. I know that's normally what you do during our meetings. But you're going to
talk about the contract and not other board members?
Absolutely.
Thank
So
you.
here's the thing. This is a 1.4. I'm not opposed to it. I would vote yes. All things being equal, I would vote yes. I'm not necessarily, I don't think that $1.4 million for this particular thing is a crazy amount of increase. Rosen's going to try to get what he can get. I wouldn't blame him. It seems like perfectly normal business practice. What's not normal business practice is for you to come into this room pre-concluded with your decision that no matter how anybody feels, no matter what anybody says, no matter what proof people bring, no matter what documents they come, somebody can come, okay, with a document that tells you this is a horrendous idea, but it doesn't matter because you've made the decision with your buddy and you're going to do this no matter what. That steamrolling, sir, is the problem here. It's not the contract. It's not Mr. Rosen. It's not the healthcare center. It's you. The way that you make these decisions is the problem.
Attacking other board members and focus on
I'm not attacking board members.
14.02.
I'm attacking the process. This
The
is a school
process
board
does
meeting.
not include a person.
Okay, no one school board member should come in here with a predetermined result, and he's going to make it happen no matter what. That should not be happening here. That's not what the intention, that's not what statute says that you're supposed to do at these meetings. You're supposed to come into these meetings, and you're supposed to vote for the benefit of your community. You're not supposed to come in here and steamroll because I have 3 votes. And then you look at the superintendent, you're like, hey, superintendent, I'm not happy about this. I think there's something like this should change. Well, Mr. Arguello, it's the pleasure of the board. Board, here's what I got, wink, 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 all right? And then, boom, you guys get exactly what you want every single time. You just have somebody that put in hours and hours of research and time into something that's obviously problematic. It's perfectly justified to TP this, but you don't care. You treat his work like TP. That's exactly what you do. And you just move along. But go ahead, I know you own this county, and so, okay, no problem.
I have a motion and a second. Board, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
Aye.
Vote passes 3-2. You wanted to review 14.01 as well?
Yeah, well,
Thank you.
the issue with that is, well, they obviously didn't do their due diligence because they didn't, I had to sit there and spend those hours to look at those contracts to confirm that $1.4 million for this level of service that they're providing is not appropriate, not financially, fiscally sound. So they already proven that it's already proven. Matter of fact, it's a conflict of interest. Where's the disclaimer? Rosen owns Proventure. They're supposed to be a healthcare provider. Where's the disclaimer saying, hey, wait a second, before you vote on this, did you know that the owner of the company, of the consultant, is the same company that does the medical clinic itself? I mean, on its face, that's a conflict of interest. I mean, how the heck does the consultant be the same person that's owned by the same company that's providing the clinic? And the clinic that just bumped us up to $1.4 million on a no-bid contract. And then Provincial gets a bonus too, so we're gonna give them. And then their contract was 184 before. Now it's 990,000, and we're gonna no bid contract that too. I mean, man, and then you don't want to pay for sales tax money. I'm sorry, I'm losing it because I fight so hard for this district, and I care about it. I want the school district to get as much money as possible. I have to talk to these unions. I talk to these teachers. I want to give them as much money as possible, and we're just shoveling away money like it's nothing. Not no RFP, no big contracts, some $1 million here and there. This is utter madness. Madness this is. And I can't believe this is happening. And like nobody's making a big deal about it. Oh, okay, just another vote. Another vote. It's $1 million a year.
Did you ask for
$2.4
this
million.
item to be pulled before today's meeting?
Yes. I've been multiple times. I've been discussing this left and right. Dr. Pace knows about it. I'm not going to throw under the bus because, you know, it's the board. You guys make the decision and the policy. I've been bringing this up forever. You know what? And then you guys wait to the last minute because watch. I thought your argument was going to be, oh, we can't RFP it because it's due in October. There's not enough time to do it because you wait to the last second. And I've been screaming off the top of my lungs, renew it. I even wanted to do a task force. You know, where's the community engagement? You know, that's another one we failed on this community engagement. This is so important, so critical. We have a business advisory board. Why don't we ever use it? Go to the business advisory board, have them review the contract, have them look at it, get opinions from people, bring the medical doctors, look at the experts, have them say, okay, is this the right thing? Is this not the right thing? I mean, come on, this is a professional organization. I'm sorry I'm losing my cool. That's unprofessional of me. But this is just utter madness. $2.4 million on freebie contracts on no bid? This is insane. I mean, I can't sleep in good conscience knowing that. That's why I'm voting no. But I don't know how you guys can sit there and say, okay, go to your voters. I just threw away $2.4 million on a no-bid contract.
Because we have
That has no input. No more research. You can bid it out. Let them win. I'm not saying Rosen can't bid. They're doing a pretty good job. I don't agree. But I don't think they should increase a no-bid contract by theory, by rule of thumb, should be It's because you're extending the same good terms. Like if it was $800,000 twice, you're like, okay, I'm scared to bid it out because I don't want to lose the good deal because I think everybody else is paying 1.4. But you don't increase from 800,000 to 1.4 and then don't bid it out for anybody to compete. That is ridiculousness. And I'm sorry, it's a shameful to be on the school board that can sit there and do that. I mean, oh my God, this is real money. These are people's lives on the line. Look, every teacher makes $40,000 a year, $2.4 million. How many teachers can I hook up? You know, and Rosen, it's not them. Actually, I'll defend them. They're a company. They're a capitalist. Their job in life is to make money. God bless them. If you guys allow them to do it, it's on you that have the onus to sleep at night. Rosen should be happy. He should be like, thank goodness, I just took the school district through the coals. And God bless them, because they're doing the work. They're really there. They're not lying. It's not a nefarious type thing. But how nice is it to get a nice $500,000 increase without having to bid it to nobody? It's not even a contract extension with optional renewals. They know how to play that's the them. It's on us to do our job as fiduciary stewards, because that's what it says here. And it says here, strengthen the health services plan governance structure for maximum efficiency. We are complete violation of our own strategic plan. And I can't even hold the superintendent accountable for it because the superintendent isn't voting. And I hope the voters vote you out.
There it is. There it is. Mr. Arguello, point.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. You just said that was a good argument. It sure is.
No,
right?
I was wondering where this was going.
Thanks,
Got
thanks,
it.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Everything goes to the same place. You guys have forgotten that we work for someone. You guys have forgotten that we have an actual boss. You guys never act like it. Since the day I got elected, the first day I swore in, you guys treat this job like if you have no boss, okay? But you do, all right? You do. And here's the problem. You guys are shameless when it comes to these contracts. I've been screaming about this for 18 months. So yeah, I'm the only guy. I look like the crazy guy. I'm saying, hey, why are you doing this contract? Nobody wants this contract. The community doesn't want this contract. The community doesn't want these obscene books. The community doesn't want this. The community doesn't want that. But you guys just roll over everything, and people are so sick of it. People are so sick of it. The teachers are sick of it. We make all these assumptions as if nobody knows what's going on, but people are listening, and they're listening, and more people are getting involved, and more people are getting involved. Here's the thing. It's time that you guys do the right thing. One of you should vote your conscience instead of what you're told to do by your master. At some point, somewhere, okay? And don't pretend like it's not the case.
I do
Okay, so
not.
here's
The only master that I have are the people who voted me in. The reason why I'm voting for this is because I sat down with these people and I trust the process.
They said that you could do an open
I
contract?
absolutely.
They give a $1.4 million contract?
I think that given the circumstances, this is what we should do.
I will still recognize.
Have the floor, please.
Okay.
God forbid anybody else has an opinion other than you.
You guys are allowed to speak. The problem is you guys never take the opportunity to speak about these contracts. You vote steamroll them in.
That
right?
is not
I
what
come
we
in
do.
here,
I know that you keep saying that so that folks think that's what happens, but I do my homework. I don't come here making decisions today.
Am I recognized or not?
Please continue.
Here's the thing. For 18 months, people have watched these meetings, okay? They see people talk, and then they see you guys tolerate somebody else have an opinion. And then you say, oh, motion to vote, and then we vote. Doesn't matter how anybody feels about it, right? Now, that's the right of the majority of the board. The problem is that you guys are deciding in advance of these things, and it's
We are not
supposed to happen
deciding
that
in
way.
advance. I'm going to challenge you every time you lie on this dais.
Okay?
We are not deciding in advance. I don't work with
I
anyone
think
but
it was very-
myself.
Okay, I'm still recognized. You're not at liberty just to interrupt me because you don't like what I'm saying.
But you can, absolutely.
I'm not the chair. You are. So Mr. Thacker came in here obviously because he said, we're going to motion. I'm going to motion this and this it. That's it. He had decided, I'm going to motion and that's it. All right? It doesn't matter what. I feel bad for Julius because I've come in here on many occasions and I said, you know what? We should not be doing this. We should not be doing. Why can't we just have simple? Show me how this contract benefits the community. But no, you guys refuse. You're like, nope, motion to approve this. So, okay, we got it. We got the majority of the votes. We got the majority of the votes. The truth is, this is a lot of money. There's no good reason. You could not have given, you didn't give one good reason why we couldn't even TP this for a further discussion. That's it. So why is it predetermined? Give me one good reason why you won't take back your motion right now, retract your motion, and just say, you know what, we're going to TP it. Let us hash this out a little bit more. That's fair, don't you think? That's fair. That's fair. No, 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 no. I know that you won't. Why not? Give the community a moment. Let the teachers be heard. Why don't you do this? Why don't you survey the teachers, allow the teachers to come in, and allow the teachers to tell you how they feel about it? That would be great. You would think that that's the most important key piece of information that we have. Not even the money. The most important information is how our employees feel about the healthcare situation. So why not invite them in, get their opinions, and then make this decision? Why not?
I can tell you that I have done my homework, and it takes 3 years for us to realize whether or not this is working. They have proven themselves to be successful, and I'm going to continue trusting them. I have not come here with anybody else's opinion from my own, with me sitting down with Sarah for hours, by the way, trying to understand how this works, with having questions answered for me. So I'm not coming here just making decisions based on what other people tell me. The only person making decisions is Terry, and I know exactly who I'm accountable to. I do. Okay? I don't need you telling me who I'm accountable to because I know who I'm accountable to. Mr. Thacker.
Just one thing for the record I'd like to put in here, and this is where I'm coming from. The year that ended September 30th, 2019, our health care costs were $63,800,000. The end of 22, which is 1, 2, 3 years later, $42,900,000. That's roughly $21 million decrease. We're getting the same services or better services, and that is my reasoning. I have met to find out what, I've been through this, been through the contract. That's where I'm coming from. I have not talked to another soul on this board about this contract. And
I have a motion and a second. Did we already finish our votes?
motion is, I think, we're up, Mr. Bass.
Thacker and Bass.
For 01?
Not for a one, we haven't?
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
That's right. It was 02.
Mr. Melendez?
Oh, no, we're still on O2, correct?
No, we're on all one.
We're on
I'm confused. Oh, yeah, we already voted for O2. Okay, O1. Okay, never mind.
Did you have a question?
No. Because we're on 1401.
I need a motion. Or not.
I will make a motion to approve 14.01, and I have just one very fast, one-sentence comment. Or it's actually a question. Mr. Melinda, you keep referring to, and help me out here, because is it $1.4 million contract?
Yes.
I got 990. Where's the?
No, 1.4 was the Rosen contract
Okay.
without the salaries paid. That's just pure.
No, I got you. So this one is a 990.
Yes,
Okay.
and it used to be 184.
Right.
And now it's jumping to 184 to 990
But
on a no-bid contract.
But after 184, they had a lot of sharing on commissions for the reinsurance and that kind of stuff.
Correct. So you're still voting to.
But,
And also the conflict of interest, has that disclaimer been even, because
That was this,
Rosen owns Proventure, and Proventure is, so you're voting right now for them to be our healthcare consultant to give us the best advice that's supposed to be a neutral party, and Rosen owns Proventure. So that on its face, I'd like to see you explain that one there, Madam Chair, and then why you feel comfortable with, because if the medical director, okay, that's your deal. You want to give him free money, fine. But how are you okay with the healthcare consultant being owned by the same company and then getting a no-bid contract to get renewed, and when it's tripling in value, as opposed to at least allowing that to go out the bid and allow somebody else, a neutral third party, to give us a
Mr.
valid
Melendez,
validation of what our services are.
Let your vote be your voice. If you don't want to vote for it, well, there are 5 people here who are responsible to people outside of this room, and I do not have to explain it at this moment. If
Mr.
you do
Korpenbacher,
not
is that a
want to
conflict
vote
of
on it,
interest? Is that a legal issue, that the consultant is owned by the company that's providing one of the services? And doesn't there have to be some kind of disclaimer officially on this vote that we are aware of what we're voting on? that we're voting on a company that's owned by somebody else that they're trying to be our consultant with?
When this first came up, it was disclosed to the then board, starting out with the contract. I think the disclosure is well aware by the board, has known about it in the work sessions, knows about it here. You all have to decide, is it a conflict where you don't want to approve the agreement? Or is it one that you don't think rises to the level of a conflict? That's your decision as the policymakers.
Well, we love conflict of interest here in Osceola.
Mr. Aguayo.
So here's another concern that I have with both of these contracts. I've tried to meet with these people, and I can't get a meeting with them. The only way I can get a meeting with them, I don't know. I don't even know how. So I've tried to have a couple meetings, couldn't do it. Just about these concerns. So you talk about doing the research and whatever. I tried to understand this deeper, and I couldn't get a meeting. I know that if I were 3 chairs down, I could get a meeting this afternoon with whoever I wanted. So that for me is a problem, because that speaks to why these are bad issues. So here's the thing. As a school board member, we should all be equal, and all of our concerns should be equally addressed. Obviously, that's not the case here, right? But nonetheless, I think that we need to start treating all of these contracts. And here's the thing. It's not just this one. All of our contracts should be provided with proof that they're working. Anyone can make the argument that Rosen has done that, all right? So you can make the argument. You can disagree. You can agree with it. Rosen provided the proof, but we should have that with all of our contracts. This is an issue of transparency is what it is, because here's the thing, you're not addressing these valid points, so you don't have to. You can remain silent. Your vote speaks for you. That's great. But in the end, at least this meeting is a small taste of what it's like to be a transparent district. So I appreciate you, Mr. Melendez, for at least coming here and trying and pretending that this is an actual open, honest vote where something can happen that's differently than what's been determined many, many, many days or hours ago.
Mr. Thacker, did you want to continue?
John just said something that does concern me, and that is if you've been trying to get a meeting with them and you could not. I mean, that is something, what, Mr. Krebeler?
They're here. I'd like to know
Yeah,
if,
what were the meeting attempts?
Yeah.
I'd love to ask them the question about why didn't you meet with them?
Yeah, maybe.
Mr. Booker, are you aware that there's been a meeting request to meet with you? Yes, I'm sorry.
No.
Mr. Aguayo, who did you make the request to?
Yeah.
It was a year, I don't know, I have to go into my emails, and I tried to meet with the people at the clinic, and it didn't happen. So.
Mr. Melendez did ask me to be scheduled, and Mr. No, Aguayo, you had canceled.
Kenneth, can you come up just so she can pick you up?
Kenneth, you need
So she
to,
can pick you up on the microphone. Yeah, come, just give us your name and.
Yeah, I'm Kenneth Aldridge, the Director of Health Services running the Health Center. Mr. Aguayo, I know that you had reached out to me, that you wanted to meet with me. We scheduled it, and you had canceled on me.
I have a different recollection of that process, but it was definitely couldn't meet, and I didn't see a lot of want to meet with me.
I'll
So-
meet with you anytime. Any board members that want to meet with me, love to meet with you, and I had given you that opportunity and followed up with you also. So
think we can
I
go back to the
apologize if there
email,
was any
'cause there's like a
misunderstanding.
span.
Pardon me?
I don't think it was a misunderstanding. I tried to meet with you. My impression, not that this matters, it doesn't matter, right?
It does matter to me,
It
sir.
does matter.
Okay,
It does
so
matter to
here's
me,
the thing.
sir.
Yeah.
My impression then as a school board member was that, you didn't want to meet with me. That was what my impression was. So because normally, I'm not the world, I'm sure everyone here is more busy than I am. So I'll make time to go meet, especially if I'm the one asking for it. And if I cancel, which I'm an unorganized person, maybe I cancel a meeting. But if I want to meet with you, I'm going to meet with you at some point.
Yes, sir.
I didn't get that impression that it
And
was
I
very.
apologize if you got that impression. I
That-
immediately responded to you. I scheduled with you and you had canceled. And I apologize if you feel like I did not want to meet with you. I'd be happy to meet with you anytime.
Well, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't impact my vote, the fact that you do or do not want to meet with me. What it
But the
does.
important part is that I was willing to meet with you, sir.
Okay.
And you
Thank you.
did meet with me for the record, Ken. And I do appreciate it.
Yes,
You're
and
very
I met
cordial.
with you, Mr. Melendez, at the facility and then even today. Again, anytime anybody wants to meet with me, I'd be happy to meet with you.
Right, and just so you're here, just to let you know that my issue isn't with, the Rosen company itself. The reality is the financial is just too much for this district to bear. I mean, obviously, the rest of the board didn't feel that way. I just felt like the $800,000 initially was for setup and programming. I had in my head that the renewal was gonna be less. And so when I got sticker shock and it was a lot more, I was like, the clinic is already established. And so, well, we already voted on it, so I can't
Yeah,
ask for you to
no,
lower
I-
the
and I hear
price,
you.
I
And
wish
the
you would
important
just
part
lower
is
the
is
price
that
to something more reasonable.
the
So
important part
I just wanna make
is-
sure it's not with the Rosen level of service. I don't think that you guys didn't meet your expectations.
Yeah, and I hear
It's
you
just a
saying
pure fiscal
subjective.
argument.
And I appreciate that, but everything that we showed you was objective. All the data from the outcomes brings the savings to this district. And the heart and the soul and the compassion that these individuals at that health center do for this district, you will never find anywhere else.
My issue is not one that I don't think it's that big of a deal. And like I said, I would approve you. I just don't think that one school board member needs to be the one that makes that decision. And to me, that's exactly what it feels like it's the
But there are
case.
3 school board members.
I know,
at
but
this event.
let's be honest, there's.
We are not going
So-
to, I'm going to challenge you every time you say incorrect things. No one that I know of talks to each other outside of these doors.
Okay.
You are implying that I'm unethical, and that's not gonna fly with me, okay?
I wasn't
make my
implying that. I
decisions
was-
on my own. I do my own research. I spend the time to understand the issues, okay? So if I'm voting for something, it's because I have full confidence that I can defend it to my constituents.
Great,
Thank
but you haven't tonight.
Are you my constituent?
I'm just saying, your constituents are out there watching.
They are. And when they ask me, I will be more than happy to sit down with them and tell them why I'm voting for this. 100%, as I have in the past 3 years.
What about everyone else on here?
Okay, guys,
I'm
guys,
Terry
come on, let's
Castillo.
stick to-
I don't
let's
speak
stick
for
to
other
this. I
folks.
think there's a
Call the
motion and a
question.
second.
And Mr. Aguayo, so,
No, Ken, please.
would you like to meet with me, or you had said it doesn't matter any longer? I'd like to make sure that I'm
Yes,
always
I would.
available to you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And so I'll have my staff reach out to you. Thank
No,
you, sir.
hold on,
Thank
go,
you, Ken.
real
Wait a
quick,
minute.
just real quick. We had a 2-hour, workshop prior to this.
Yes, sir.
You laid out the savings.
Yes.
At ballpark, what has been the savings since we moved over? What has been the savings since we migrated over? I mean, cumulative, I know you had mentioned 21 million, but what's
That's
the?
that's the,
We saved about 10 million the first year, around 17 the second year, but it was COVID, so you got,
I understand.
a million variables involved.
So where does that savings go?
Conservatively, I say we've knocked $10 million.
And did you and I, have you and I talked at
We've
extent,
given salary raises to our employees every one of those years.
but that money goes,
Not
can,
that $30 million all of a sudden became available. It was money that was never had to be spent in the first place.
because we went in this direction. And have you and I had meetings several times over the last year, 6 months, a week? You and I speak more all the time. So my decision is based on what you have shared with us over the last 2 hours at the workshop and what you and I have spoken. I want the savings I want the teachers to make as much as they can. And the amount of savings that we have benefited from by moving over there is astronomical. So that's my reason for voting, because I have the confidence in you and I have the confidence in you, because I know that you're going to take that money and you're going to distribute it back to the teachers.
And Mr. Bass, you're absolutely correct, and Mr. Aguayo, you are correct too. We helped save the district the 10 million per year, but also your teachers, your associates have saved, I think it was like 6 million or something like that, because of the things that we've implemented within your program. So it's not only saving this district money, it's saving the teachers who are working their butts off for this district.
Correct.
And that's why we're here. We're here for this, here for you and here for them, just like you have said. That's why we're here.
I made the motion. So.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
And a second? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
I only heard Mr. Arguello, I don't
Yay.
know. You are for or against?
Yay. I'm for.
You are for the contract? Okay, motion passes 4-1. Thank you. We do not have anything that was pulled for regular. We can motion 15.05.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Mr. Thacker. Board, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes 5-0. 16.01 was pulled by Mr.
This is the
Arguello?
superintendent recommendation, right?
Yes, strategic plan.
So, slide 5, page 5, it doesn't talk anything about educational gap here. I thought that that would be something that we cover in our operational beliefs, that we need to close this gap and make everyone excel. I just wanted to make that comment.
You on go, I'm sorry, John.
Page
You on
five.
go
Page
5 or
five.
page 5? Okay.
Page 5. On goal 1, proficiency is not necessarily put in here. And if that's how we're graded as a district, or if that's something that's easily communicated with the parents, the level of proficiency, we're not addressing that necessarily here. And one of the things that bothered me in this is just goal 1, for example. I would like to, this is, are we voting on this tonight?
So recommendation,
Yes.
yep.
Yeah. So, I'd like to TP this. I don't think this is ready. And I'll give you an example. On page 6 and on page 7, we're a public company promoting a private company in an official document as a guiding principle, which I think is just wrong. We're talking about engage every student in future-ready skills, knowledge, and plans for post-secondary through the implementation of Zello. And I don't think that a private company should be mentioned in our strategic plan. Basically, what we're doing is promoting that. It'd be like, it would be like us saying, okay, well, we're going to teach our kids to use IBM products and to be good IBM users. And that's just, it's inappropriate. It's inappropriate. It doesn't, I get the 75% of students in grade 5, 8, and 12 will complete 2 or more Zello life skills activities. Why are we mentioning a private company in our strategic plan? It's completely and totally inappropriate. And I think that we need to review and further discuss, allow the superintendent the opportunity to go back and reread this and make sure that all the details of this are appropriate and not, I mean,
Correct.
not promoting private companies and so on.
And I actually concur, because actually I had issues with Zello, because you had to pay for it, and there was another competing person that offered the same service for free.
Not exactly the same service, Mr. Melendez, and that's one of the things I've asked you to come in and spend some time with Mr. Cook on that particular platform. This isn't about promoting specific platforms, whether it be Avid, College Board, dual enrollment, the ASVAB, or Zello. What we have typically done in our strategic plan is to say what it is the board wants us to prioritize in our goal statement, how staff plans to accomplish that in our activities, and then what we expect to be able to show for you that we've accomplished in our metrics. So the what, board's priority, the how, is that's what staff determines we think is the best way to accomplish that particular priority, and then how it is that you would hold me and the team accountable in our metrics. And in speaking of proficiency, Mr. Arguello, when we talk about meeting or exceeding the state average on ELA and Math Fast results, that is a measurement of proficiency, not learning gains.
Yeah, but I was talking about in the very beginning in terms of operational beliefs.
Okay.
That all of our students would be proficient. And here's the thing, and I know that that may not be the intention, but that's literally what's happening. So when we talk about engaged students and high leverage, Avid, WIC, you're promoting all these private companies in this. This is, I mean, it looks like a NASCAR with sponsors on it, and it shouldn't. All of these things, and I would, this is a pretty document, but I would go back to the basics. Be a good school district, teach our kids to perform well, right? Teach our kids math well, teach our kids how to write well. That's not necessarily happening. And maybe that's what we should be focusing in all this stuff. And then when you go deeper into this, you have private companies throughout here.
I have one, Mr. Arguello, if I may,
Yeah,
that I
go
would
ahead.
like to add. On goal 4, for community engagement, we go expand and enhance two-way outreach to stakeholders. One thing that's not mentioned is the use of our committees in seeking their guidance review.
And we do
We
meet,
have business advisory boards.
and we meet monthly with the benefits committee. Proventure and the team report out to them on the different programs that we're offering and the outcomes, and then they provide guidance and support. And that's heavily made up by OCEA members as well as Teamsters staff is represented.
No, I'm not saying that the idea of committees isn't happening, but we need to put in our strategic plan, because when you talk about community engagement, that's part of how you define community engagement. So we can sit there and say, hey, let's utilize our community advisory boards more and see some recommendations. You know, we can have like difficult decisions like the healthcare. If the healthcare committee got together, what was the recommendation? That would have been a perfect time to look at the recommendations right before we vote on it. Of course, the community input isn't really solicited or desired, but if we really do desire community engagement, this would have been the perfect time to have that conversation.
And if you would
with
like
the
for us to start adding the benefits committee meetings to the board agenda as an information item, we're happy to do that.
Not just that, but we're talking about a strategic plan. We're talking about overall. I'm not trying to get specific. Just the bullet point should be addressing, hey, any community advisory board needs to be seek upon input to engage with the community's thinking on significant issues before the school board. Like when I did the SRO task force, you know, I didn't create the policy on my own. I got together the SRO task force and I seeked input and I asked the police chiefs and everyone, and that helped me create a better policy. So I just think that moving forward, we have these difficult, you know, issues or topics that come up, and we talk about community engagement. So it's not a specific committee. We don't have to list specific committees. Just an overall bullet point that says the school board or the school district will utilize our community advisory committees and seek their input when making recommendations on significant items.
Right. I would just ask for the board to get with me individually if you have other specific feedback, because what we did was, we took the comments and feedback that you provided in the strategic plan workshop to make accommodations and modifications to this document to bring it back to this board.
Understand.
And then I will bring it back, if the board wants to table this tonight, I'm fine with that, on our September 7th or 6th meeting, along with the
We
budget.
don't have to table it. We could just modify it. It's just a strategic plan. You know what I mean?
And it is a
It's
living, breathing document.
It doesn't have to
Yeah.
stay forever. So I'm okay with
But
voting on it and just saying,
Just
hey,
so
those
that
are
you
amendments.
understand how I've operated and how we've operated with the strategic plan is, again, the board sets that priority, the what that you want us to accomplish, and then we use the activities as our roadmap to really kind of guide our work. And that's been particularly, I think, important for the year ahead. We've been in crisis management for the past 2 years.
Right.
And I committed to you at our strategic plan workshop that I am committed to getting back to the focus of student learning. And this is one way that we do that. But I'm happy to take any other suggestions. Again, if you want to approve it tonight, that's great. I will take the feedback that you've given. We do say in our portrait of a graduate that we are striving for all Osceola County students to be successful in life with these skills and traits, which includes academic competence. But we can certainly make other changes as we need to.
I just think that you could, okay, so if this was your plan, the only place, if this is the plan, then you could achieve all of these results and still not have a well-performing district, with the exception of meeting the state standards, which is kind of the minimum, right? The benchmarks at the state. So I just think that we want to be, here's the thing, we're near the bottom. So if we got to that line, fine, that's great. Okay, if we got to that middle point, we got to that median, okay. But it would be nice if if in here it was very clear that because this is obviously to the community, if we were communicating to the community that, listen, our goal in the end, you can make it don't need to make it this fancy, one page, we're gonna do the very best to instruct your kids so that they graduate, all things being equal, being able to read, write, and do math, right? And I think that, so it's not just,
And that's what that 90% graduation rate?
I don't think so, because that 90% graduation rate doesn't really reflect what these kids' proficiencies are. In fact, that 90% graduation rate is the exact problem I'm trying to refer to without making a big deal about it. We have kids that sit in classrooms on computers at the last minute punching keys to graduate. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is doing our job, which is to make sure that every single child in Osceola County can do math, can write, can read effectively like an adult.
And I absolutely respect you and agree with you. That is our absolute goal. But I will tell you that in order to graduate with their high school diploma, they must prove academic competence with either an EOC exam, the FSA exam, or a concordance score. And I've also provided the data to this board and to our community, looking at our CFED data and how our students are doing at Valencia. And we identified that less than 10% of our graduates who go on to Valencia are taking even one remedial class. The majority of them, way less than even 5%, take more than one.
I don't believe
So we're
that.
getting there.
Do you know why? Because when I went to Valencia, and here's why, simply, when I went to Valencia, right, not only did I take, I think, 2 years of remedial math or something, okay, not to surprise anyone, but when I went to Valencia, it was 25%. There's no way that we're going to say that 20 years ago we were worse than we are today in terms of education. That would be an absolutely false statement. That if 20 years ago, or 20-something years ago, okay, 25% of kids were in remedial classes, that today that number is going to be less and actually be true. It may be the statistic, but it's definitely not true. So,
Thank you, Mr. Arguello. Mr. Thacker?
I'm okay. Dr. Pace makes my husband.
Okay, thank you.
I'll move to approve 1601,
Second.
knowing that it's going to have some modifications.
Motion by Mr. Bass, second by Mr. Melendez. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes 5-0. I would like to propose a 5-minute break, if that's okay with everyone. Little recess. Be back at 8:35, please. I had a child that had an emergency. Next time I'll text you to let you know about it.
Just turn around and help.
I used to be a math teacher.
Christmas trees.
Yeah.
Christmas trees, check your mother.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
You need a water, Robert?
Public comment.
But not for the
I have several.
Okay.
discussion.
Thank you.
I'm not making one.
Let's make sure we're hydrated.
I'm just going to sleep.
John, Julius, I need a water?
No, I'm fine, thank
My
you.
wife, I said, I might see you for breakfast.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, we're resuming the board meeting. This is a time when we are going to do our public comments. I'm pretty confident most of you folks have done public comments before, but just in case, I will remind you that you have 3 minutes to make your comments, and I will stop you. Not because I'm rude, because we have a lot of comments and I'm trying to make sure we get through all of them. Please do not refer to any board member or anybody on the dais by name, and if you can help it, try to be respectful. And we'll start with Debbie Mann. Thank you. Oh, actually, Debbie, you have 2 comments. So can we,
I had put on there that I wanted to speak on the Rosen contract, but
Which-
I never got called, so.
Oh, sorry.
I assume it's too late.
I apologize about
Are you
that.
allowed to speak on an agenda item and then speak during public comment, or no? Like,
You
one
would-
doesn't negate the other, does it?
You would have had just 1.
Oh, okay.
So you can
Okay,
still
well, I'm-
speak on the public, on Rosen if you want. Just let me know which one of these you want me to take.
I'll just do my public comment.
Okay, thank you.
But I would urge all board members to actually go to the schools and ask the teachers their opinion about the Employee Health Center. Like, literally, go ask them. No, Debbie Mann, 1180 Sungrove Lane, St. Cloud, Florida, veteran teacher in Osceola County. And I'm just here to plead with you about, again, salaries and raises. I know that I saw an increase in my check, and I wasn't sure why, because I know that we haven't ratified anything yet. And I did hear some other news, and I was disheartened a little bit, and I'm really hoping it's not true. So if I am incorrect in speaking, if someone wants to reach back out with me and let me know, so I can clarify that with other teachers. I was told that district employees that work here in this, in this building, on this location, received a 3.5% bonus and a 2% raise. And so for some working here at Bill Beck, it was an increase of $11,000. And when I'm thinking about the people that work the most closely with our students and the purpose of our school district and taking care of our students and reaching our goals, our strategic plan goals, it's the teachers. So, and I know that all of us would like a 3.5% bonus and a 2% raise. So I hope this bargaining thing gets worked out, and I hope we're honest about the money that we have and what we can contribute to teacher salaries, because I know that they are working hard for you, and I want them to feel valued, and I know that you guys can do better. And I know that everybody's waiting for that. They just want to be respected and valued by the school district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Ms. Mann, you still got about a minute left. You want to say something on the Rosen contract?
My personal, I opt out of the insurance. I'm blessed. My husband's corporation has great insurance. So, but I had to go there for a workman's comp thing in the spring. So I went into school. They're like, you really need to go to workman's comp. So I says, okay, my block's at 10:30. Can you make me an appointment for 10:30 so I don't miss too much time with my students? It was 8 o'clock. I get back down there at 10:30 and I said, did you get an appointment? She said, I've been calling for 2.5 hours and they haven't answered, but she says they never answer the phone. So she says, just take your paperwork and go. So I go to the center and there's one person in the lobby. So I go in, I have my visit, very nice, doctor, they took care of me. I go back for 10 days later for my follow-up because they told me I had to. I didn't really need to or want to. And I got in there, I got there at 8, so I didn't miss a lot of school time. And I walked in and they said, well, workman's comp doctors don't get here till 9:15. Well, since I'm all the way on the other side, I just had to sit there for an hour and wait till the workman's comp doctor got there. They call me back. Again, there's 2 people maybe in the lobby. I go in, they take me back in a room. She comes in, she starts talking to me about something I'm not sure what she's talking about. And I said, what are you talking about? And she asked me my name. And I go, that's not my name. And so she walks out and she comes back
And she starts talking to me again, and I said,
Miss Mann.
lady, that's not my name. So they had me all mixed up in the computer and stuff like
Miss
that. But
Mann,
I've had
thank you.
dozens of teachers say they can't get in, nobody answers the phone. I don't think they're
Thank you
thrilled
for your
with it.
comments. Thank you. April? April Brown?
Whew, it's been a long night. It's my first board meeting. It's been really exciting.
I'm waiting for you to speak. I waited this whole time for you.
I would like to express my concern for the safety of the students at Gateway High School. My name is April Brown. Sorry, I'm a parent of 3, a graduate of Gateway, recent graduate, current student, and I have an 8th grader at Celebration. So no stranger to Osceola County. The situation at Gateway is a mess. It's more than a mess. It's dangerous, and it's an accident waiting to happen. I don't know if you guys have walked down the road at 7 a.m. or in the afternoon, but it's really, really dangerous for our students. I understand that traffic will not be good because of the construction. I understand that, and it's much needed, for sure. But there's no provisions have been made for the students to get safely to the entrance of the school. There's no one out there to direct traffic. There's no crossing guard. I know there's no crossing guards for high school, but they need one. There's a crosswalk that is not clearly marked. So drivers are driving through the crosswalk while students are trying to cross. My daughter almost got hit last week because she's trying to cross in the crosswalk, and parents are frustrated because it takes like 40 minutes to go through a line. So they're like zooming through in and out. This week, today, I saw 2 lanes of traffic, Billbeck Road, heading east, I think that is, heading towards this building. Both lanes of traffic turning into Gateway at the same time. Students trying to cross. We've got to fix this, like not later, like tomorrow, unless you guys want to be held liable if something happens, or the school district will be held liable if something happens. I hope you guys are able to come together, because today I'm a little disappointed in some of the behavior that I saw. So I hope you can come together for the safety of these students. It has to get done. If I need to put on a vest and get out there and start directing traffic, I will. But again, I have a kid in the 8th grade at Celebration, I have a full-time job. I'm a caregiver for my mother who has Alzheimer's, and I'm a full-time mom and wife. So, but I'm willing to get out there because I've already got on 192 and directed traffic with people turning with my child in the crosswalk. So please, please, I'd like to know what is the plan. I've got some suggestions if you need some. I got 42 seconds, let me get through that. Suggestion number 1, repaint the crosswalk so that they can see that it's clearly a crosswalk. Put up signs in the grass to remind parents that slow down, look out for the kids. Any other helpful tips for parents? Hire a crossing guard or an off-duty sheriff to get out there. The sheriff is out there giving tickets, but he's not doing anything about people running over our kids. Adjust the traffic flow so you can only turn right when you're coming out of Gateway. People are trying to turn left, holding up the entire line. Traffic is back down all the way down 190. I don't even know how far it goes. Kids are getting out in the middle of the street because they're going to be late. And teachers are saying they're going to mark you tardy no matter what time you get there.
Thank you, Ms.
So,
Brown.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Dr. Pace, what is the situation at Gateway? Because I'm willing to, I want to listen to your plan first, but I'm even willing to say, you know what? We had a change order to increase money for something at Gateway that's needed. I'm willing to even do a change order to pay for an extra deputy to be out there to do that.
This is on his comments to talk about after.
Madam Chair, you want me to talk
I'm
about it now?
assuming that traffic issue.
Is this something that if it's something that we can discuss later? I would just like to give the public their turn.
It's whichever way you want. I'm prepared to
I
share.
can wait on that. I just want
Yes,
to
we
make
can
sure.
discuss it during our board member comments. Thank you. Gail, no? I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Noe, thank you.
My name is Gail Noe. I reside at 3410 Salinas Circle, St. Cloud. I'm coming here on behalf of a lot of the teachers at my school. We just wanted to voice some concerns. They're still not happy about the withholding the summer pay. They're still upset about that. I want to say something positive, though. that I attended some workshops over the summer, and I'll tell you, a lot of them are really good. So, good job. Good job for that. I don't know what I'm gonna get paid for them. The last 4 workshops that I attended, I haven't gotten paid for. I thought, these workshops, usually I like them, they're pretty beneficial, and I'm not gonna lie, it gives me extra money over the summer. But I still haven't gotten paid for the ones in July. I was told they were gonna come on our first paycheck. Not there. So I don't know what's up with that, but that's quite a lot of money if 4 of them. Technology is kind of a problem. My computer is jammed, and I spend more time trying to unjam that thing. And you know what? The tech says there's no other computers in the school. So he has to order parts. So I know I'm not the only one. It's just really, really frustrating. There's a lot of technology issues. Now, I don't know if this is true, that rumor has it that they have a bunch of computers at the warehouse and they're waiting to distribute them. What are we waiting for if that's the case?
That man right there, he's gonna tell you.
That's not true? Okay. All right. I'll excuse that then. One other thing, we were given the opportunity, our secretary at our school said, you can do the orientation tab if you want early, which I'm fine with. And I did, I got it all done. But then I come back to school and there's more to do. Can't we do that all at one, incognito, and you guys might can help me with some of it. Yeah, Canvas workshop, training and stuff why couldn't we do those with the orientation tab all at once before school starts? I mean, if we want, our option, of course. Because I got it all done because I want to spend more time in getting my classroom ready, to be honest. And so that's frustrating. I just think things like that could be avoided, Could we, get it all together at one time? A lot of our new hires are having problems. They don't have numbers. They can't get in the building. Some of them were hired 2 or 3 months ago, at the beginning of when school was the first out. So it wasn't like they're all, brand new. So that's kind of frustrating for them that it's hard for them to do their job if they can't get in the building and can't get in the computer, and just they're frustrated about that. Technology issues, orientation tab.
Ms. Noe, your time is up. If you have
Okay.
more to say, you can go ahead and email us.
Okay, no, I'm done. That's good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for
so
listening.
much. Mr. Brian Carrickes? Carrickes?
That's a tough job you got.
I'm not sure if you're being serious or not.
No, I'm serious. Pronouncing names isn't easy.
Brian Carrickes, that was a very good attempt, by the way. 3675 Boggy Creek Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. The first thing I'd like to talk about is the change in our pay. I know you're all aware that we have a process. Our teams meet throughout the year to negotiate potential changes, and when we tentatively agree on them, we put it to a vote, both our employees and the board vote. We didn't complete negotiations until the end of last year, but we felt that August was the most appropriate time to hold our vote so that our employees could educate themselves and make the best decision for their situation, as we'd want any employee to do in any election, or anyone to do in any election. So I personally took it as a sign of disrespect when I felt like that process was circumnavigated when it came to our pay. I understand the desire for efficiency and expediency, and democracy can sometimes be messy, but it's critical to respect the process we have, even if that means we have to go back to the negotiation table. The second item I want to address briefly is the pre-planning schedule. I spoke to a lot of teachers who were frustrated and felt that it was sort of haphazardly put together at the last minute, especially at the high school level where we didn't really get any dedicated work time until after open house. So many teachers, especially the new ones, were scrambling to put something together for their students and parents Friday night. My ask is that going forward, we invite educators to that planning process to help meet the needs of the district, because the training and professional development is important, but also to set aside a reasonable time frame because we want to make a good impression on our students and parents as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kim Castro Stevens?
Good evening. I'm Kim Castro Stevens, 640 Brighton Place Boulevard, Kissimmee 34744, 24-year veteran of Osceola County, parent of 2 juniors at St. Cloud High School. I have a vested interest, but you, seat 1, 4, and 5, I've decided to choose your replacement. Never mind the process of voting. I'm going to choose. And that's how we felt with you taking on our process. It says on our contract, pending ratification by both parties. A tentative date of approval was May 25th. What day did we get out of school? May 26th. So how do you put this before your employees and then go, oh, well, we've imposed the salary without the vote? Where is the process? I've heard, let's respect our voters. Let's make sure they see it big and bold. What about your employees? Where do we see your respect to us in the process? It's not about the proposal that's on the table. It's not about getting money into our hands. It's about you respecting our voice, because we're not hearing it. And copy paper. Some schools have 150 copies. Some people get 750 copies. I get a package of copy paper a month to print my school city and all the other assessments I need to do. There's another one. Respect us in what you do, because we're respecting you, and I'm respecting you with my children. Return the favor. Respect your educator.
Thank you.
What grade do you teach?
Zahaira Peña Andino.
Good evening. My name is Zaida Peña Andino, 1254 Hancock Circle in St. Cloud, Florida. I take pride in my job as an educator. Evidence is that I've been here for 21 years, proudly saying it. But today I'm saddened and I need to bring this to your attention, so listen carefully. An effective educational program requires the services of employees who reflect integrity, high expectations, human understanding. Does that sound familiar? It's on page 12 of the SDOC Orientation Tab Companion Guide under Professional Ethics. Also, the Principles of Professional Conduct of the Florida Department of Education indicates that us, as professionals of education, are required to maintain honesty in all the professional dealings. My question is, why are we being required to maintain such high standards, but the school board can't honor their part of the deal? The agreement that both bargaining parties agree on has not been ratified yet. So why are you dangling the salary increase right in front of our eyes when the instructional personnel nor the educational support professionals have voted on yet? What you did lacks of integrity and honesty. You are going against your own principles of ethics. Both bargaining teams spend numerous hours preparing for what we believe is a great agreement. And we agreed to wait until August to ratify the contract. OCEA kept their part of the deal. But it seems that SDOC words have no honor and no validity. Then you wonder why so many people, high-achieving educators, are choosing to leave the school district and search for a school district that shows them what they're worth. You're putting us against the wall. Once again, we are feeling diminished and undervalued. Just like Dr. Pei said earlier, we want to be treated like professionals. So please do so. Have a good night.
Thank you. Wendy McFarland.
Hi, my name is Wendy McFarland. I live at 711 Sienna Palm Drive in Celebration. It seems important to address the fact that truth is respect. Truth builds relationships. Truth can build a bridge. Truth builds an opportunity for common ground. Truth is in the best interest of our students. Teachers are quiet people, except for them, focusing their energy, providing learning opportunities for our students. They wait with great hope that any lies or lack of respect from the public trickling down from the governor's office to the extreme group that shows up at this board meeting. They wanted to be admonished. Respect was evident in the article published on August 16th, which stood up for Osceola School District teachers. Thank you. It's troubling that the students of Osceola County are on the losing end of learning when truth is lost in the mudslinging of conspiracy theories and political grandstanding. It's alarming to see our students at a disadvantage due to a power struggle between fact and fiction. It's disheartening to witness the continual defamation of our profession by a group of people who don't know the slightest thing about what teachers do. Even if they are reminded repeatedly that we are guided by Florida state standards approved by the Department of Education. It's obvious the lost truths wrapped in conspiracy theories are the root of a systemic problem we face in education. Pre-pandemic, 16% of the teaching workforce quit within the first 5 years. Currently, 42% of the teaching workforce quits within the first 5 years. We've got over 4,500 vacancies in the state of Florida for teachers. And the teacher shortage is directly tied to the lack of respect public school educators are receiving, as noted by the American Federation of Teachers during a Good Morning America interview. The extremist groups who refuse to see the truth and who are lacking the respect for educators, the ones claiming that they are speaking on behalf of children, are the very people sinking the ship of education. It seems if respect was restored, if truth became the reality, our students would benefit from the collaborative efforts made by all.
Ms. McFarland, thank you.
Thank you.
Travion Telfair.
Good evening. My name is Travion Telfair, 2120 Preston Lane. I honestly just can't sugarcoat this anymore. I'm always advocating for the students, nevertheless. But what the students don't know is there is an establishment. And there's an establishment in the school board. And enough is enough. I mean, one thing I'm big on is about bullying. Don't comment on social media saying what you're going to do for bullying and you stand for this and you stand for that. But when parents come with their concerns to the school board and their children and you don't address it and don't say anything, how does that make you look? That's one of my problems I have with this school district. They talk a big talk and never address it at the school board. You guys will see it come the 23rd of August. I mean, the people is tired of showing up and giving their concerns. It's ridiculous on how much and how many people have to sit through these budgets and all of this and this and that. And you guys never put the community first and let them speak. When you guys have groups come, that's the time for the community to get knowledge as well as comments so that everybody knows what's going on in the community. Not just when they leave, when they have to leave and the rest stay. Everybody should be aware. I'm just sick and tired of the establishment in Osceola County because it's corrupted. I'm calling it what it is. It's corrupt. The school board have all this money. They pocket everything. I'm just sick of money not being used for the right reasons. We are 64 out of 67 school districts for funding in the state of Florida. Why? It's going in somebody's pockets. Something needs to be done, and it will be done come August 23rd. That's it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Mr. Greg Garris?
I'm going to go fast. Greg Garris, my name. I'm from Lake Carey Drive in St. Cloud. I proudly serve the students of Osceola County as a 7th grade early U.S. history teacher, and tonight I'm here to talk about respect, well, the lack of it here in Osceola County for our educators. First, the school district of Osceola County going around the OCEA negotiations by paying employees before a contract is ratified is a total lack of respect for the bargaining and negotiating process, and it smacks of imposing the offer, and it shows a lack of good faith in the relationship between the two parties. Secondly, I want to talk about paychecks. I'm still awaiting for the rationale of why long-term employees had their summer paychecks held after they had satisfied their contracts this past year. I personally can understand that the district needs to hold on to one of my checks to ensure that they have not overpaid me. But all 5? Third, professional development during the back to school. I don't understand why a PD was scheduled on the far side of the county when I have to pay to go there. I don't get paid mileage, and it was a much longer commute than my normal commute to my work site. The PD that the teachers were required to attend, were they meaningful and relevant to what they teach? Mine this year was not. I had to endure a training where a suggested reading was sent out at 8:45 p.m. the night before, well outside of my contract time. The training was held in a room with poor audio and very poor visual support for the speaker. The content was not impactful at all and was not focused on the needs of the classroom teachers that were mandated to attend. If I presented to my students this way and I was assessed, I would get a Marzano needs improvement. Continuing on the subject of professional development, I wonder if this board is aware that the school district of Osceola County continues to offer summer PD or off-hour trainings at a lower rate than what is someone's hourly rate. I also have become aware, like Gail mentioned, that in our schools, in many of our schools, it's commonplace for employees to have to wait to receive that lower compensation. The members of the leadership of Osceola County must take the stance that they are going to value their employees and show it by their action and deeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garris. Mr. Allen?
Larry Allen, 722 Mabbitt.
1 second, Mr. Allen.
I'm sorry?
The thing's still going. Timer.
Oh, well, I'll take advantage of that.
Yeah, it didn't come over your seconds.
Has it started yet? Okay. So, if you want me to wait, I'll wait.
Go ahead.
Okay.
It starts with you.
Great. So how do we get to this point, where SDLC implemented the changes to a contract that has not been ratified by the employees? Just want to run down some things. May 19th, we reached a tentative agreement. Shortly after that, we talked about sending ballots through the U.S. mail. We didn't want to do that because we didn't have a whole lot of confidence in the ballots getting out and getting back in a reasonable amount of time. And we wanted to make sure that all of our members and potential members had a chance to voice their opinion on the contract changes and digest the contract changes. May 23rd, we had a general membership meeting and an AR meeting, and at that meeting, we thought, you know what? We need to make sure we do this after summer break, so everybody has a chance, you know? May 25th, we reached a tentative agreement for the ESPs, the education staff professionals, and on that same day, I think I told Dr. Pace that I received guidance from the FEA, and for our vote not to be challenged, we needed to post it 10 days. You know, again, so this gives everyone a chance to look at the contract changes, digest the contract changes, and make an informed decision without feeling any pressure. And I think I told John Boyd, your chief negotiator, the same thing, the same reasons, right? So let's be clear. We did not want to keep money out of the hands of our employees, but we did want to give them time to think so they could reach a decision that was best for them and their families. So May 26th was the last day of school, and June 8th, I met with Dr. Pace, and we talked about ratification again. We didn't think mail-in would work since now we're into summer break, and people's mind just would not be on ratification. As a teacher, once I hit summer break, I didn't check my email again until I had to go back. So I'm telling on myself, but that's how it was. June 14th, Dr. Pace expressed the school board members' desire to proceed with the implementation prior to ratification. And again, I expressed our request for the school board to just bear with us until the ratification vote either passed or it failed. I said it would go a long way to proving to the employees that the school board actually cared what they thought, they actually valued their opinion and respected them. Actions always speak louder than words. And this is just another example of why the employees, the people who take care of our kids, leave. This is why reporters are asking me, why are there so many vacancies in Osceola? So again, we could go a long way to showing respect if we just listened before we acted. Thank you for your time.
Mr. David Latour?
Good evening, David Latour, 2126 Continental Street, St. Cloud, Florida. It's indeed a privilege and an honor of mine to be here this evening to thank you for the opportunity to serve at Osceola High School as the senior aerospace science instructor. It was my dream going to college to be a football coach. As you can see, I didn't make it. Yes, I wanted to coach football. Instead, I was given the privilege of coaching young men and women about being professionals. And I could not be more proud of those young men and women. Cadet Colonel Rodriguez is one of the finest young people I've ever worked with and would have loved to serve on active duty with her. Also, Cadet Rodriguez and Cadet Colonel Rivera, Cadet Colonel Carter. These young men and women are amazing when they're challenged. We have an organizational thing we do on Thursday mornings and Tuesday mornings. It's called the Morning PT and Litter Patrol. And we hit the parking lot at Osceola High School student parking and we pick up trash. Last year we collected over 140 pounds of litter, and when you pick up straws and small pieces of garbage, it takes a while to get that much. But I will let you know these guys hit the ground running this year, and they're already up to 13.58 pounds of trash in 2 days. 5:45 in the morning when it's dark out, picking up trash, and they're motivated, dedicated, ready to go get that litter, because we want to change the culture. I believe in what these young men and women are all about. We want a clean planet, green planet, and I let them know, if you can't clean and green up your high school, what makes you think you can change the world? Start being that influencer on your high school. To that point, we have every month an Operation Keep OHS Green and Clean. I'd like to invite everyone, to come out and be part of that. We go around the campus, we collaborate with other clubs. It's not just JROTC. We have the Beta Club, the Kiettes, the Locksmiths, the Black Student Association. We all come out there as a team, focusing on something that unites us, a green and clean high school. I got a vision of seeing Osceola High School look like Disney Springs. Wouldn't that be cool? So neat that you don't want to drop a piece of trash down. Turn the sprinklers on and get the grass going. Maybe we can have a nice little shrub that looks like a cowboy. Anyways, those are just a few things. I just like to brag on my folks. I'm willing to sit here for 3 hours and 30 minutes for the privilege of talking about these great young men and women. Love to have you come down and meet them anytime you get a chance. The door's wide open. Thank you.
Go Cowboys.
Colonel,
Mindy Brewster.
Colonel, when's the next one scheduled?
The next one is 27th of August. 0700, 0900. 2 hours of fun, guaranteed.
Hi there, Mindy Brewster, St. Cloud resident. This was given to me. Do you have a nickname or a preferred name you would like me to call you that is different from what is listed in Focus? What are your preferred pronouns? Of the following 6 descriptions, which one do you connect with most? You are always in the shadow of people around you, but do you know deep down inside you are just as good as the people think you are? You are loved by the people around you and always go out of your way to help. While you definitely feel emotions as much as others, sometimes it's hard to express yourself. You feel constantly charged up with energy and emotion. Sometimes the emotion bursts out of you like a lightning storm. You're naturally a little bit quicker than pretty much everyone else around you. But you know when you get too far ahead, it's important to stop and let your friends catch up with you. You're a loyal companion, always there for your friends and helping to keep them safe, or push them just a little bit further on their journey, even if it means sacrifice on your part. You're a godlike entity whose powers defy reality and make the universe itself bend before its will. You will devour all who stand before you. What class do you think this is? Psychology? Should be in a high school or even a college? This was given to my 7th grader, 12 years old. This is from an ELA teacher. When did we cross over from our job descriptions of an ELA teacher to practice psychology? When did that happen? It shouldn't be happening. ELA is about ELA, not defining where my child sits, whether they're basically depressed or if they're godlike. Why have we fallen so far away from reading, writing, and arithmetic? The vote's August 23rd. My name's Mindy Brewster.
Ms. Brewster?
Thank you. Mark Peters.
Hey, Mindy.
Mark Peters, while you're.
Could I take a picture of that, please? I'll give it. Could I take a picture of what you were given? I'll give you back the document. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Mark Peters, 4315 Beale Court. Good evening, well, good night. The evening's long gone. I'm here to speak about, actually just to echo what that parents shared about Gateway. I reached out to Dr. Pace and I emailed all the board members. It is a dangerous situation, very dangerous. This morning, there was an interaction with a student, a female student, and the driver of a car. She was attempting to cross, but that car felt like they were there first and they should go. And then there was an interaction with words, hands flaring. It came that close to someone getting hit. Now, the first day of school, there was a lot of people directing traffic in and out. The sheriff that are present there, they're all out there just to, I feel they're harassing the parents because instead of directing the parents where to go and drop off, they're busy pulling you over and just harassing you. But everyone is there to get their kids in school on time and to get to their appointments. Now, pick up alongside the road is something I'm not even sure if that's legal or not, but the cars pull up and line up along the sidewalk. Most times, you're not getting into the school 15 minutes before you can get in, so the kids sometimes come out onto the sidewalk and continue walking, or they're getting into the cars while they're along the sidewalk. I'm not sure if that is legal or if that's a risk of getting a ticket, but buses turn from the left lane into the school every morning or in the evening. Now, I want to know why the buses are showing up at 2:30 when school dismisses at 2:20. This has been going on for last year, this year. They're showing up after. And it's a long line of buses, like 7, 8, 10, 12 buses, and all need to turn into the school at that one time. So everyone stops while all these buses are turning from the left lane. Now let a car try to turn from the left lane in. The sheriff pulls them over. So what gives the bus the right to break the law, but everyone else has to follow the rules there? I don't see why the buses can't show up and be in the school before dismissal. You're showing up 10 minutes late, why not show up 10 minutes early? This is something that we should work on. The repaving of the crosswalk, very important. Now, the school dismissed in middle of May, we were told that the parking lot is closed. So that's almost 3 months ago. The sidewalk that was promised to put in, now Mr. Long is saying he thinks it's due to, supply chain problem that we can't get concrete to do the job. Well, how come it's taking this long when we knew this was going to happen? This is bad planning. We don't have someone directing traffic. We don't have someone out front. We don't have, there's so much of things that's fallen apart with this process that should have been dealt with at least the 2 months the school was closed. It's just mind-blowing that so much is going on and our kids are the ones at risk. But in the school ground, let's make sure they're safe, that they don't fall or don't get in the way, a car don't hit them. But out on the street right before the gate, run them over if you have to.
Thank you, Mr.
This is not right.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Peters. Kelly Trace?
Very short. Hi, Kelly Trace, 1237 Hancock Circle, St. Cloud, Florida. Good evening. My name is Kelly Trace, and I am a small business owner here in Osceola County. Tonight, a group of business leaders in our community gathered here at the school board meeting to remind you that we support you, our teachers, and we support our students. Our main purpose tonight is to show appreciation and thanks to our school leaders, those of you who are in this room and those of you who are watching online for working so hard. The start of school is equally exciting and tough on everyone. I imagine, in your role, it's getting harder to show up every single day, knowing that you may be doing work that could seem to take forever. Don't always think about this end result. I'm here to encourage you that little decisions that we make each day to do what needs to be done, little decisions to bring joy to others, and little decisions that will move the needle in our greatest economic driver will lead to an end result that we could only dream of. A legacy you will be able to look back on and say, wow, I was a part of that. In today's world, it's really hard to take credit for the work that you've done. We're humble. We don't do it for the notoriety, but I encourage you to take credit. When something you worked really hard on is successful, take credit. Do a victory dance, celebrate, be proud of your accomplishments. You'll need those small moments of victory to help you keep going in the hard moments that seem to be more than you can take. I want you to think back on the day that you started in the position that you're in. Think about all the things that you didn't know or all the things you messed up on because you were learning. I want you to remember that day one you would be really happy and really proud of today's version of you. I want to thank you because I know the days may feel long and draining, but many of us in this room watching online, we're graduates of our public schools, and we're thriving because someone like you showed up 100% for us when they weren't feeling 100%. I want to remind you that the impact of your actions now long outlasts the effort that it takes in a single moment to set an example for those who look up to you and admire you, and there are many of us in this room who look up to and admire you all. I know it's hard, but when you show up 100% every single day, another student figures out their career path, another coworker sees their growth potential, and another person in this community is activated to volunteer and come help. Personally, I want to thank you all for showing up 100% of the time, even when you don't feel 100%. I know it may be hard to see the results of all the hard work that you've poured into your role and into our community, but I promise you, the results are there and we are all proof. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Kaminsky. And I apologize if I said that incorrectly.
Jason Kaminsky, 4651 Cypress Forest Lane.
I want to start by thanking Dr. Pace for defending the teachers from the garbage ad that some cowardly little idiot ran anonymously. The teachers deal with enough crap on a daily basis. They don't need it to be publicized. My girls went to 2 open houses, great open houses, clean facility. Teachers were enthusiastic and great. School resource officers were highly visible and very helpful, so that was cool. People keep talking about the elections coming up, and people who are out there watching this need to realize they are coming up, and there is a choice. And there is a bunch of lunatics who come in here and say crazy things that are just untrue. And they have some support from part of the board with the crazy. They're just not based in reality. My 2 daughters have been in the schools for years. My son was there, 19 years of being there. They haven't dealt with any of the nonsense that is spewed in here. It's not about protecting the kids or anything else. You guys did a great job putting an online form in place for library access. 53 people filled it out in 4 months. 53. That is not a crisis. 80% said they wanted their children to have full access to the library. It's just nonsense at this point. You keep hearing about it over and over. The teachers, they don't get paid enough, obviously. If you guys can find any money anywhere, give it to them. You know, back a truck up, give it to them. You know, we are doomed as societies without teachers. And the lack of respect they get is just befuddling to me. And the fact that a board member wouldn't call out the nuts that come up here and say stuff about them is beyond me too. You know, there was a whole bunch of nonsense going on earlier. In any other work environment, someone would get fired for creating a hostile work environment. That's just, it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't be tolerated anywhere else. You can't take pictures of other employees' freaking mailboxes and post it online and say, oh, they don't care about anyone. You can't do those things. You just can't. It's unprofessional, it's unnecessary, and it sure as hell doesn't move anything forward. It doesn't solve one issue, not one. You know, if people would come up here with some facts instead of just what they were feeling or what somebody told them was true, you could probably move forward with a lot of stuff. You could probably have public comment at the beginning instead of the end because you could get something done instead of listening to people come up here and yammer away for 2 hours about craziness. I applaud everyone who's up there because I wouldn't do it. You guys would get rid of me in a minute because I'd start yelling. About the 3rd time someone told me I was corrupt or owned the county or there was some sort of cabal or oligarchy. Ugh. All right, thank you.
You know why I'm hesitating.
You can call me Miss G. I've been saying that for a week. Okay, Emily Grintz, 1463 Fledgling Court. Last week, the issue of teacher retention was brought up, and tonight the issue of proficiency was brought up, and the idea that we've been throwing money at education, but not improving proficiency. And I don't think those two ideas are not connected. They are. It goes hand in hand that if you're not paying the people who are directly responsible for the proficiency, you're not going to have the direct results. But it is more than just pay, because there's more that motivates people to come to work, and it comes down to the common theme tonight of respect. If you don't feel respected, you're not going to be at your best, and you cannot get kids to give their best if you are not feeling respected yourself. So we had, I think, overall a decent summer in terms of kind of regaining respect for our teachers. We had the wonderful Osceola News Gazette rebuttal. We had admin going around to pre-planning and saying, you know, we've got your backs. We understand legislation's changing. Here's our policy. Here's our plan. Like, we've got you. But then we went around a contract ratification. We had 2 weeks until the vote. We were supposed to vote on August 24th. And we went ahead and paid people without waiting. The timing of it is so concerning to me, because it's like We were so close to having our voice heard. Why cut it out? Why ignore that? Because it leads you to wonder, what were you afraid of? What did you not want to hear? Did you not want to hear no? Because people have been watching the news all summer and know that surrounding counties are getting 2, 3, 4 times more than us in some cases. Or are you really truly going with the idea of teachers need money now? If that were the case, then we need to go back to the supply issue. We've talked about the lead money, the $300 roughly that comes from the state. We've been told it's not coming till the end of September, and you have to remember it's reimbursement money. So we're expected to go our entire summer with no paycheck, set up your entire classroom, which is when you need your supplies money, teach for a full week, then get your first paycheck, and then wait another almost 2 months to get your reimbursement money. It's not a respectful situation. That's not exactly the setup we need to be going for if we're wanting to push people to be at their very best. What we need to be looking at is to make sure our voices are heard. Our voices are heard in a vote, but our voices are also heard throughout all of our surveys and feedback that you ask for. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Michael Rodriguez. Live in Cahokia Court, 34744, Kissimmee. I wrote down on the form I want to talk about respect, and I noticed that actually I'm like the 4th or 5th person to bring up respect here. I've been watching the meetings on YouTube, watching the preliminary meetings that y'all have, and then the live meetings. I listened to myself last time. I was way too close to the microphone. I don't like the way I talk. But going back to respect, ever since I was a young child, you showed respect by looking at people who are talking to you in the eye. And I noticed that there's a specific, just one specific board member that refuses to show their respect. That is just common sense. Yes, thank you. Thank you for finally looking up. And also, I do have a few, I've been doing a lot of research. It's really easy to find and to get Freedom of Information Act. The first time I spoke, I said that, I calculated about $1.5 million in salaries. Well, this is, I was thinking also the jobs you have outside, because the 5 of you each make $42,999 to sit on the board, plus whatever you're making in your private businesses or deals. So I'm done with respect. You got to look people in the eye. It's just, what do you call it? It's the least you could do. $2 billion. Let's see. How can you spend $2 billion in a lifetime? If someone then gave you $2 billion and you spent $2,000 each day, you would be spending for about 2,740 years before you went broke. Let's see. If you had $2 billion, you could spend 1 week in every country in the world, 2,960 separate times, or you could take, or you could do the same in every country in the world, and it would take 5,550 years to complete and spend the $2 billion. Let's see another one. How long does it take to spend $2 billion? Suppose you had $2 billion. You could spend $10,000 a day for more than 500 years before you would run out of money. Breaking it down even further, it means that you would have to spend over $100,000 or $200,000 every day for the next next 25 years in order to spend $2 billion. Now, we're $2 billion. What do you call it? This is a lot of money, folks. The board, superintendent, I've done a little research. What do you call it? I'm not a fan. What do you call it? There's some.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Thank you for respecting the board rules.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
I won't be specific, but.
Thank you. No, your time's out. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Okay. Yeah. $2 billion. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Mr. Koffenbacher?
Yes, members of the board, I have 3 items. School board attorney presentation on parental rights, blue sheet item, and then a matter related to the teachers. Mr. Boyd and I have been working consistently, along with other people like Mr. Phelps, on the whole issue of parental rights. As usual, Tallahassee passed legislation, and then it's subject to a lot of interpretation, and the Department of Education is working on a rule regarding parental rights. I'm going to go through, there's a packet being handed out to you. In this packet, we have put together everything that we currently have done, and that is relevant. It is House Bill 1557, which is commonly referred to as the Parental Rights Bill. I'd ask you all to read these things, not while we're here, but you can study it and have further questions. Number 2 is the school district actions. We have broken down what is required under the bill for the school district to do. We have given a school district employee orientation webpage, copy of it to you. We have provided in number 4 the website resources for parents currently available for this. We have given you a copy of the Student Healthcare Service parent opt-in or out letter that is required. We have given you copies of a proposed Osceola County school specific to parent disputes, which would come before you in December. And then in number 7, another proposed rule regarding the statute and the appointment of special magistrates to resolve matters. The draft rule, which don't need to go over tonight, but we'll just start looking at it, is designed to not be bureaucratic, so that parents don't have to fill out something. They can verbally deal with a principal or teacher. The principal, they can then call the superintendent, Mr. Boyd, and the matter gets expedited. The burden of creating paperwork is on the principal, the superintendent, and the administration, because we have to report issues to Tallahassee. And then finally, I enclosed a copy of the Attorney General's motion to dismiss the complaint. There's a lawsuit filed to challenge House Bill 1557. In it, surprisingly, to all the school board attorneys, the Attorney General says this is what the Attorney General considers permissible under the law to be done. So read that, because I don't think it's consistent with a lot of what we hear from people that they want or don't want. So I would just suggest you read it. The reason everything is kind of in a somewhat of a state of flux is tomorrow on the State Board of Education agenda is their review of a proposed rule on parental rights, which they may or may not adopt tomorrow. Okay, so this is for you to read and analyze. It gives you everything that we have. You can call me or John with any questions. We have implemented parts that we had to, like the parental rights in terms of health care, in terms of opting in or out. I am concerned with something, and I will say to you that I probably am biased because my wife is a teacher. My sister-in-laws are all teachers. She has 5 sisters. And I really feel educators are being put in a very difficult position of having a significant number of responsibilities and laws put on top of them that a lawyer can't look at and easily go, it's black, it's white. Yet they can potentially be subject to a complaint which impacts their professional license. To that end, I'd like the board to think about, you don't have to express an opinion tonight, but I talked with some of my partners, and we'd be prepared, wouldn't cost the district anything, to create a hotline where teachers could email or call regarding any question about compliance with the law. We wouldn't get into anything about union contracts or that. It would be, hey, so that we could give them the guidance, document it, and if anybody ever attacked them for what they did, they could stand up and say, hey, I got an answer from district legal, and we at least have them protected in an environment that is one of insecurity, I think, right now. Not just lack of respect in terms of what's going on in a lot of places, but one involving insecurity. And I don't think it's fair to professionals to do that. So if the board would think about that, and next meeting you can give me guidance, you like the idea, we'll refine it. I'm going to get with Lara, we'll talk about how to properly, so that the employees would be able, like, I'm worried, I want to do this, am I going to cross the line? Or
Can you send us your implementation plan before the
Yes,
next
yeah.
meeting?
We'll do it before the next meeting. If you're interested in entertaining that, we'll do that.
Mr. Arguello has a question as well.
Yes, John?
Yeah, why wouldn't we have a workshop on this and go through some hypotheticals and provide the teachers with, so there's hypotheticals in this, right? But provide the teachers with a set of guidelines, right? That,
This is something that you jump, on this, I'd like you to, after we get the state board rule, schedule a workshop on this, because I think it's very important we do not have, John and I have talked about, and we've gone back and forth trying to make sure we know we can protect everybody on this, and this, all right? But there's roles and responsibilities for lots of different entities, and ultimately the buck lands in this board's lap, all right? And so I'd like a workshop on it where we can go through it after you've all read this, and we'll go over with you different examples where we could send out something in writing to the teachers saying, as part of the hotline, hey, here are some fundamental ABCDs. It is clear you don't violate it according to the Attorney General if you do this, and this. But I think you appreciate it. You went to law school. Everybody's got a different opinion of what this law is and how far it goes.
well, I mean,
I
think
just want
in order
them
to provide
protected.
with the teachers' protection, then we need to set up a series of guides. The district doesn't like to put out clear guidance, right? It likes to put out murky guidance. If we put out straight, clear guidance,
why
then they'll be protected because they'll know.
Right.
Right? I mean,
That's why I'm proposing we go this route.
Yeah.
And we give them access if there is something that's not clear or they're concerned about. So that's, I think, the update for tonight is to give you all this. It tells you, there's a sheet in here.
I appreciate how comprehensive it is.
Yeah, This shows you every responsibility the board has and exactly what's been completed and what has to be done. I'm really hoping DOE tomorrow does some final action to give us some more clarity. But when you ask the question, now I can tell you because I called and asked, here's the answer. Well, you can read it. At some point, you got to own it.
Thank you.
So that's that.
What's the next thing?
The last one is, does anybody have any questions on that? Right, thank you. And by the way, I will tell you for the record, the superintendent has been very, very supportive of our trying to do a very comprehensive job on this issue. But I'm adamant the board's got to really know this. The blue sheet. We put out a bid which, for sign language for our hearing impaired and deaf children, students.
Is that for the board meetings themselves?
That if we had a request for somebody who needed hearing impaired services, we'd have somebody here. Like at a truancy, an expulsion hearing, we'd have somebody, but this is generally related to actual instruction with students, or parents if they come in and they're deaf and we need to communicate with them. The bids came in. There are two things if you analyze this. There's services that are used constantly, and then there are deaf sign language services in certain settings that are used rarely. The bids came in, the number one ranked bidder gave us a better price on the services that are used constantly. The other entity gave us a higher price on that and a lower price on the services that we rarely use. So they filed a bid protest. Purchasing has entered a final order rejecting that protest. There are technical errors in the protest. They don't even cite the right bid. There's a lot of legal issues. But they have a period of time to file an appeal. Remember, if they file an appeal, then everything stops. And we don't have authorization right now, because we've hit the financial limits, to be able to continue paying and using services. So what this would be authorization to go ahead and continue to use the services. And by the way, we'll continue to use the services of the protester, who was number two, because they were number two last time too. So it's not like we're going to treat anybody differently because of the protest. But this emergency has to happen. Otherwise, if we got a protest, let's say tomorrow, we got to go ask the court to give us a leeway to do it, and it gets expensive, and it turns into we're at the mercy of somebody else. So this is all about just making sure that we comply legally with the federal and state law, that we have the services, but more importantly, that the parents and students who need it continue to have access to it.
How many people depend on the service right now?
Over 3 years, I looked at this thing, with the main one, we spent $600,000 and some odd in these services. So there's a significant need for the services. I couldn't give you the exact numbers. I can get it for you, John, but I was checking the numbers.
They're concentrated in certain schools too, like I know Parton South, got a high rate in
Yeah,
there.
we try and utilize the services to benefit everybody. And more, the teachers really need this service to help them also. So it's just a straight up legal move to protect the district's ability to continue to provide the service. If we don't get a timely appeal, we'll be coming back to the board with the final approval of the companies.
Okay, so you're seeking direction?
You're seeking
Or
The
motion?
approval of this resolution
18-
tonight.
18.03.
Motion approved.
Motion by Mr. Melendez,
So second.
second by Mr. Thacker. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Thank you. Was that all?
No, I'm sorry, tonight, on other. We received, which is permissible by law, an unsolicited proposal to the School Board of Osceola County for the development of a K-8 school facility in the northwest area of Osceola County, Florida. It was proposed by Building Tomorrow's Schools Osceola LWR Support LLC, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. It has details. If you haven't received a copy of this, copies are going to be delivered to you.
Physical or electronic copies?
Physical. This thing is massive, and I believe they tended to purchasing hard copies. Yes. They submitted a $25,000 check to cover expenses of hours in evaluating this proposal. And should it require more than that, it's required by law. If it's required more than that, they would pay it by statute. The board has to give us permission or deny permission to evaluate the proposal.
Build a school?
They want to build
No. They want to, public-private partnership, they want to build a school for us. where they do it at their money, and we buy it from them, lease it from them, they operate it, et cetera. We got to go through all this, but I would tell you, I think anytime a private entity comes forward and proposes something, it's foolish not to evaluate it, particularly if they're paying for it, because if, one, we may learn some good ideas we could use, or two, the worst is we end up going, this doesn't work.
Who is it?
I only know them as proposed tomorrow's with the signature
Is that, can you
of,
understand like a charter school doing that because they can do a charter district
I-
with it? A total random entity?
their
I'd like
chief
to look at it
executive
before we-
officer is Bruce
Yeah, you're not
Weber.
seeking direction today, obviously.
Now, the direction they need today is just whether to,
What do you need us to
to
do?
analyze it or
To
not.
analyze it. If we analyze it candidly,
Fine with that. I don't
we
know why
would
we
give it
wouldn't.
to, I can tell you right now, we would give it to an outside architect to analyze.
Mhm.
We give it to our outside financial people to analyze. And Dr. Pace and her instructional people, to the extent they would look at it. But
Can't we wait to be provided the documents and then at least peruse
Oh,
it
sure.
first and before
Yeah, there's
we
no-
make the decision to spend?
you
all
don't
the
have to make a decision
man-hours?
tonight if you don't want to.
You're just
Okay.
telling us this is coming.
We just got it. We got it, I think, last week, put in our lap at the last minute.
The real quick
So-
question to ask on that is, do they own the land?
Well, that's one of the issues, because candidly, we are having some issues locating land in that part of town, and if they own the land, there may be a.
Yeah, now
So,
it's a different story.
That's my point,
You own
so.
the land and like, wait a second, we're trying to.
My
build
view
this
is if it's not gonna cost anything to us to look at it,
I agree.
But now, they
Perhaps
build,
we'll
do they
just-
build SREF and all of that? I mean, is
those
it,
are the issues that we would have to confirm and deal with. If you're gonna build it and we're gonna buy it, we want it built to our specs. We have seen in the past, Dr. Pace and I and Sarah met in the past with some other entities and their lawyers, and when it was looked at, it did not make, Sarah, financial sense for the district, because we could use our money cheaper than they could.
If we're gonna wait until we all get copies, do we need to keep?
No, thank you, Mr. Thacker.
Are you, however, because we already have like some homework that you've given us, when, and that seems like it's very thick, when would we get back into direction? Next school board meeting?
Next school board meeting, we should put it on for direction, and so we can tell them that the board will affirmatively deal with it next
Somebody
meeting.
needs to contact them, make sure we get copies soon then.
I will follow up with
Yeah.
purchasing tomorrow to make sure.
Just so I'm
see 'em
comfortable,
on
next
Sundays.
meeting, we're not saying yay or nay, we're just saying yay to study.
Saying to
Not
study,
yay
yeah.
to an approval of a final
Correct. It would be
proposal.
to evaluate the proposal.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Are you settled, Mr.
I'm done, thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a couple of issues under new business. We'll start with traffic issues. Or actually, let's just go through people. So if you can go ahead and go through all of your board issues that you added, and then I'll move to Mr. Melendez.
Okay, so one was traffic problems, of which I think we covered enough of Gateway, that was issue was going on. I've received a lot of complaints about Gateway and those circumstances. Also Lakeside and the issues there, getting on. I guess they have an awkward bus drop-off area. And then I've had parents reach out to me about Canoe Creek, being able to make a left turn at Canoe Creek, and apparently the community members asked, and it became it was a school district issue if that was the case. So I just wanted to pass those on. So a left at Canoe Creek, obviously Gateway we talked about, and then the bus drop off at Lakeside, which I sent to you in an email, which was a video.
We worked in partnership with law enforcement and the traffic committee regarding the left turn out of Canoe Creek during heavy times, and it was found that by having everybody turn right, you could increase safety. We do have the regular detail helping with the crosswalk issue and students trying to cross that 4-lane highway, but that right turn only is very similar to what we have at many of our schools. For example, Mill Creek, during arrival and dismissal, has a right turn only. And that's probably one of the things that we're going to look at as a potential help for the Gateway traffic situation. is a right turn only out of some areas so that we can just have traffic going. It does cause a slight delay or whatever for people, but it's really, for Canoe Creek, it's like you go up a block and you come back around and you're at the light for Deer Run. So it's a 5-minute issue that really does improve safety.
Great.
Now, what about the answer to Gateway? I'm sorry to cut you off, because we talked about the problem, but I didn't hear any solutions. You know, like, I'm pretty sure there's solutions, but we're waiting to the end, to this point of the board meeting to have
And
the solutions.
Mr. Thacker also has is it related to?
Yeah, it's a gateway issue, and this may be an absolutely horrendous idea, but is there any way to utilize Heritage Park?
I was thinking the same
All
thing,
that
too.
space over there to get them in and out, and then have cops that get them across the road, and I don't know, I just.
Couple of things that the
I'm
team
not a
has been
traffic guy,
working
but
on
just-
since last Thursday. As Mr. Peters and the parents said, we've got some impatient parents and students, and it is a lengthy process. There's a lot of traffic, and it's not a lot of area for it to move around. All right, and so they're just dropping kids off on the road, and kids are crossing in between cars and buses. The staff has been out there from Gateway trying to help navigate this piece, but they can't go into the highway. I mean, I can't have them in the middle of the road on Bill Beck Boulevard. We have requested an additional law enforcement detail specifically to help with the crosswalk piece, not law enforcement, because right now they've been out there ticketing people for not obeying the traffic laws and doing things that were unsafe. Right now, we need them to help us with this traffic navigation. The team is also working on pouring an additional sidewalk, actually 2, to help with the pedestrian gate that they've added so that more students will get off the road by using that pedestrian crosswalk. But we weren't able to get a concrete pour last Saturday. The concrete pour is scheduled for Friday. It'll be ready to go for students on Monday. In the meantime, Tanya and I are going to go out there and navigate traffic tomorrow. No, I'm not laughing. We're taking this very, very seriously, but I also do need to ask our parents and students to be a little bit more patient. I will work with Mr. Long and his team on tardies. We're also going to look at maybe if I can get the Gateway buses to arrive earlier. That was a great idea that Mr. Peters gave to us. It may mean that we have to extend the bus driver hours a little bit, repainting the crosswalk and also the signage piece.
Can we
This
get
is-
a waiver for a crosswalker? Because I heard that, well, I don't know if what he said is true, I'm just taking for face value. Do we not have crossing guards for high school?
Well, that's what we would actually have law enforcement detail, not actually, that's even.
I don't think the law enforcement's gonna walk people across the road.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they're helping to navigate traffic, just like we have St. Cloud PD is doing that at Canoe Creek.
Okay, that's what you're saying, stop the car, not walk the people. Just stop the cars from moving,
And then the-
to go across.
I'll be praying for anyone who doesn't listen to either of you.
But those are all things that we're working on. It's an ongoing process. Pirtle has been great about trying to be, adaptive to the situation. It's just there's a lot of moving pieces this first year because that's where the big renovation happens at Gateway. But we are definitely have got to do more on getting the kids to and from the school safely. So we're working with law enforcement on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so the second thing was an FTE question, which I've had several people teachers come to me and state that we are filling teacher positions with administrators or anybody who has a certification. And then once we get our FTE number, we replace them with non-certified personnel.
That is not the intention, Mr. Arguello. Yes, we did have all hands on deck out in our schools last week. Our resource teachers, we had administrative staff, basically everybody was filling classrooms so that we didn't have a bunch of kids sitting inside the auditorium with our vacancies. However, we're continuing to hire. We're ramping up again with Kelly Services to get certified subs, not certified, but at least substitutes in those classes on a long-term basis. We're just
But it's
making
not an
sure that
FTE
kids are
issue.
covered.
We're not keeping them until we get FTE money and then switching that, right?
No,
Would
sir,
that
we
be
are not.
legal to do that?
We're not doing that, Mr. Arguello. And we will have to be providing the ESE services that our IEPs demand by October's FTE in order to count those particular
That's the
things.
impression that the teaching community has.
Okay, well, I'm happy to do whatever I can to clear that up.
So the next thing is the book update. So they reviewed the first initial books. I'd like to know what the results are because it seems like we're dragging our feet, artificially extending it. Well, we should be able to know. There's no reason to not say this is the results of this. If we have it,
I'm happy to
I've
take
also re-
direction from the board. Our intention was to bring forward the recommendations from the committee for all 5 books, because a 5th one was added after the committee had read the first 4, not dragging our feet. It's just usually that has come as one process for the board then to make a comprehensive decision.
They already have though, right? They've already come to a conclusion on 4 of them. So
The
why not just
committee
tell
has
us
made
what
their
happened?
recommendations. I don't have that data with me, but I'll happily get it to you. We're working on your public records request. The last couple of meetings were taped through Teams, so they're working through that process to gather the minutes. But we're gonna have all of that information for you, and
You're
we'll
gonna
share it
provide me
with the whole
recordings
board.
of the conversation, I guess.
They're recording the minutes.
Okay, what is that bit? I'm talking about the video. If they recorded the video,
If they have video, we're gonna give it to you, and we're gonna honor your public records request.
okay, great. But, so you're not gonna tell us what happened with the books? So should we assume what we all know is gonna happen already?
The ultimate decision-making body is this board. The committee makes a recommendation to this board, and then the board will make a committee. And if the board wants us to bring those 4 or send those 4 to you tomorrow, my hope is that we'll have everything ready for you on the September 7th board meeting. That was the plan.
I added the 5th book, so, and that was gonna be one of my questions, because if we add, in let's say 2 weeks from now, another book is added.
We've got to bring this part of it to a conclusion.
I understand, yeah.
So why can't we as a board right now just decide that we wanna see the results now? I mean, why would we wait? There's only one reason to wait. I think that we all know that. There's only one reason to wait. There's no other reason for us the information is there. It's been established. They come to a conclusion. There's only one reason that it's not presented to us here today, right? So at what point, right? At what point?
I'm waiting for direction from the board, sir.
Is there any board member here who does not want to know whether the books have been ruled out or in of our schools?
Again, that's not
Okay, but I'm asking the board
committee's
members.
job.
Do you guys want to know, yes or no, whether the books have been put in, let in, or put out?
Well, I mean,
Do you have the report from the committees of the 4 books, and I guess we can wait on the 5th one?
Well, I mean, I'm saying, why wait for the
Dr.
5th?
Case?
I do not have that with me, no.
Okay.
Okay.
So, would you be able to provide 2 questions? One, when are we expected to get the deliberations of the 5th book? And what was the 5th book, by the way?
Tricks.
Tricks, okay. When are we expected that the committee will have their deliberations on that particular book?
Ms. Jarrett was working with the committee to try to get that done by the 6th, is my understanding. There were also some discussion among committee members about wanting to perhaps change the process or the forms and make those better, and so we were gonna bring it back to the board as one consideration, one
We have a
package.
full list of recommendations that they're still working through.
That's what that was my understanding.
Is there any of that, 80% of it is they're
Yeah.
good with? Can they bring back kind of status?
We certainly can.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
why don't you?
Kinda where it's at, as
Yeah,
opposed-
would you
I'm okay.
folks mind, since we wanted
And
before
the books are
6th,
still pulled.
That was
The
the
books are
question I was
still-
gonna ask.
the
If
books are still pulled.
Then I can wait, because it's not like they're gonna be put
They're
back on the
not gonna
shelf
go back
fast.
into
That's what I
rotation.
thought.
Correct. Books are not going back on the shelf until this board provides the direction.
So there's still that level of protection.
FTE level protection.
Yeah.
I got confused
If
for
you
a
can,
but
if you
here's the
can
thing,
send.
the committee has
I'm
been,
still talking.
I know, but I was the one that brought up the issue and I was still talking to, and we've just been discussing it openly. So here's the thing. The committee already came to a conclusion on 4 of those books.
Correct.
Mr. Bass added a 5th, which delayed the conclusion to this thing. I think that the community wants to know what the conclusion is. There's no reason to tie the 4 with the 5th. It can be done at any point in time. They're gonna do it, they're gonna continue, whatever. So why not give us the results of the 4 books?
Happy to do so.
Okay,
Yeah, that's fine, just get the results.
so 4th thing here is social media. Obviously, there was recently a thing. You guys made a big deal about social media, my social media, and your phrase, Mr. Thacker, was, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So we had our PR team liking political posts. We've already had allegations that they were working on campaigns here on school campus. Now they're actively liking, I don't know what the expression is about this happened, correct? I'm not making this up.
One individual on a break thought that she was on her personal Facebook time and liked a political campaign ad, and it showed up as a like on the school district account.
I know what happened.
That employee,
I'm reporting.
that employee has already received a directive and no longer has access to our district accounts at all.
Well, it's very convenient that it happened on a break and so on. And here's the thing. For 18 months, I've never once heard, we made a mistake and I'm sorry. It's always like, we made kind of potentially maybe had a mistake happen in the near vicinity of us. But it's just like, okay, we had an actual employee like a post, that's all.
And an apology.
During school hours,
An apology
I
was
saw the
posted.
apology, it was oops. Okay, I got it. Okay, oops. It was oops. But here's the thing. With me, when I was not breaking the law, okay, with my social media, okay, you guys voted to ban my use of social media, okay? But here at the school district, the official position is oops. We're gonna put out a little cartoon that says oops, all cute. I'm just saying, it's doesn't reflect well. It just shows that, you know, it is a sham. You guys are doing what you want.
We voted to,
And then, I'll continue here with my last thing. We need to establish a district relationship with formality, I think, with the union. A red phone, so to speak. Some kind of way where we have direct contact. So before we would do something like pay the teachers in advance of their vote for their pay, we should have immediately called them and said, listen, this is the intention, because I don't remember voting on that. Maybe I missed it. Certainly, if the intention was to circumvent the union's vote, I would have voted no. I know that's not the intention because we don't make mistakes here. But my point being that they obviously are very upset about it. We shouldn't have done it. Why wouldn't we have put out a call to the union and said, hey, listen, we're going to do this, so that they could have said, don't do that. That is a bad move, right? And so to prevent something like that from happening again, we should have some kind of situation where we call the union and say, hey, we're thinking about doing this. What's your quick reaction? You know?
Madam Chair, may I provide some clarity?
Please.
In March, this board voted formally to raise the minimum salary for our lowest paid employees to $15 an hour effective July 1st. The staff was given direction to move forward with that pay increase. And then we went to the table to bargain that particular increase. When the contracts were settled in May, both Mr. Boyd and I had specific conversations with Mr. Allen about the ratification vote. We were encouraged to go ahead and get the board to approve the agreement. Not again to circumvent anybody in the district, not to circumvent Boyce, but to have that done so then as soon as their ratification vote was taken care of, we could go ahead and put it in place. And 447, Florida statutes which governing bargaining do not specifically specify that one thing has to follow the other. What it does say is upon execution of the collective bargaining agreement, the chief executive shall, in his or her annual budget request or by other appropriate means, request the legislative body to appropriate such amounts as shall be sufficient to fund the provisions of the collective bargaining agreement. So we had to set aside the monies to pay what we had committed to in our tentative agreement. It then says in number 4, if the agreement is not ratified by the public employer or is not approved by a majority vote of employees voting in the unit in accordance with procedures adopted by the commission, the agreement shall be returned to the chief executive officer and the employee organization for further negotiations. When we were talking about this process, we offered, through Mr. Allen, to provide district resources to help them facilitate a ratification vote. Offered to pay for mailing, offered to provide manpower, whatever we could do to try to get money into our employees' hands. Because we'd already committed to raising the minimum salaries to $15 an hour. So I was stuck between, do we go ahead and implement everybody's ratification or everybody's agreement, knowing that if the ratification vote fails, we'll go back to the table the way 447 specifies,
only implement the minimum wage of $15 an hour as already agreed to by the board and as already announced to our community? Or do I go to say to our lowest paid employees, oops, sorry, you're gonna have to wait until at least the end of August for us to have a ratification vote?
I'm sorry, Dr. Pace.
Teamsters approved the contract and
I'm
ratified.
totally lost now, but she's gonna keep talking and I'm lost.
I'm sorry.
Can I get
That's
a
what Mr.
clarification
Argoye
question?
offers.
No, not I'm gonna be mean, I'm just like, I'm not following you, like you're speaking Chinese to me. So I have to logically catch up to what you just said, and I apologize. I meant to interrupt, but not to be rudely interrupted. I'm just trying to understand what you said. Because you said we voted for $15 an hour, but to the teachers union, I don't think there's any teachers making $15 an hour.
Remember, they represent our ESPs, our support personnel, as well as teachers.
Okay, I just wanted to track you. 'Cause I'm like, wait a second,
Right.
what does one have to do with the other?
And
I
while the
didn't- I didn't see that
majority of their
connection.
employees don't come back until August, they have members of their unit who are working 12 months of the year. So their salaries would have been impacted or not impacted during the 2 paychecks of July and then into August. Now the vote is going to be held the end of August. So the soonest we would be able to turn that around into people's paychecks is probably the first paycheck of October, because there's programming that has to happen between HR and IT to get these things put into checks. But I did send to Mr. Allen in writing on June the 14th. In our discussion on Wednesday, June 8th, you indicated OCEA is not planning to hold ratification votes for the tentative agreements for instructional and ESP employees until the majority of the union employees return to work. We discussed the school board's desire to reward employees with increased salaries in their first paychecks of the new fiscal year. And while you didn't vote, that had been the direction that you'd given us. And you supported the intention of the school district to proceed with implementation of the agreed-upon salary increases prior to contract ratification. This message will be communicated by you and by the school district, with both parties recognizing that should either OCEA ratification vote fail, salary increases for bargaining unit employees may be paused pending a return to the bargaining table. Mr. Allen then called me later and said, oh, I wish you wouldn't do that. And I said, okay, what are we going to say to the employees who are expecting $15 an hour in July? And that was when, in conversation and communication with Mr. Kreppenbacher, the school board council, John and Sarah and the team, we felt like it was made more sense to move forward, knowing that we will come back to the table if it doesn't pass. Not to circumvent anybody's vote, not to show disrespect, but to get money in the hands of our employees, and then we'll come back and talk about it if the ratification vote doesn't pass.
Thank you. Mr. Argoye?
Is it possible to pay the $15 an hour employees without increasing the pay of the teachers?
It is, but then
Okay,
I'm
so-
singling out
okay.
different groups.
Okay, I understand that. And that's what makes the most amount of sense to me. I just want to point out, maybe they disagree with me, I don't know. But that whole process that you just went through is exactly why they're pissed off. So they're coming to you with a problem and a concern that they have, and then what you do is open up a law book and say, according to statute 156.70, I was perfectly fine doing this. You're missing the entire point of why they're upset. And the point is that you circumvented their process. They didn't say that you broke the law. Some of them were saying, hey, this is not with bargaining, right? This is against the bargaining process. But they're not saying that you're a criminal. They're just saying that you circumvented their process. And if that's their strategy to hold off the election until the 23rd, then you just blow a hole in their boat. I mean, that's the problem. It's not that you couldn't talk your way out of it. That's not their problem. They know that you can already. Everyone here knows already that no matter what happens, you're going to have an answer and prepared. You have a $2 billion organization at your disposal. We know that you can prepare an answer, okay? What we need to prepare from now on, in my opinion, is responsibility for the way that we treat people and the relationships that we carry with our employees. That's the bottom line. That's what's at issue here, in my opinion. I don't know if anyone else agrees with me. Everybody else has a different set of rules that they operate by. But this is the way I see it. The administration in this building is a sibling to the teachers union. They're siblings in one house, right, with one purpose. You guys are the older sibling, and you guys are very rough with your younger sibling, okay? I know that you're going to be able to pull up a law book and tell me, oh, well, according to statute 457, siblings should be treated. Okay, the point is, that there's a relationship gap here. And I don't know, is nobody, am I the only one that sees that there's a relationship problem between the district and between our employees? It's very simple. They don't want you to explain it away. What they want you to do is acknowledge that you have done something wrong to them, they don't like it, and they want to know that you're going to treat them with respect. That's what I heard. I don't know. So I just wish that we would say, you know what? It would have been better. Sorry, it would have been better if we had paid the $15 an hour employee $15 an hour like we could have, and then we would have let you do whatever it is that you guys wanted as a union, because it's your money anyways if you wanted to go without it. That would have seemed, it would have made sense as a leader to me, and it would have made sense to not make people who are already upset and have low morale worse. That's all.
Dr. President, once they go back to, let's say they go to ratify and it doesn't pass, we go back to the bargaining table, but they keep the raise that is in place. We don't roll it back. I mean, it does.
It's not our intention
It's
to
not
roll
our-
it back.
And then if
I mean,
there's,
ultimately, the board would provide direction, but
and then at bargaining, if there's a difference in the bargaining that's going to be positive, then we just add to what we've already given.
that would be the process.
Okay. I just wanted to make
That's
sure.
very
that-
fiscally responsible.
Thank you. Mr. Melendez, you had some things as well.
Yeah, I'll do the easy ones first. So I had mentioned earlier, the student portfolios. And again, when we talked about in our student workshop, we said that we were kind of like playing the safe game and making every third grader now do a student portfolio, and kind of caused a lot of extra work on the staff and also the students themselves. But now that the, I guess they call it the FAST test now. I'm like, I'm learning so many acronyms as fast as I feel like I'm going to school every day. So now with the PMI, there's a FAST test now that exists. That's going to be coming out pretty soon. So, because they said they got to do the first one right away. And so once we get the results of that first one, can we use that to decipher, okay, which are the students that are struggling, and then maybe only, narrow down the focus, in other words, and only have the portfolio be on the low performing ones, or the ones that that are kind of borderline, and the ones that are excelling, don't make them go through that portfolio process.
With respect, sir, I would like a little bit of time to discuss that with the team, because the portfolios are a part of our instructional process built in to give all students practice with that longer text. So they're building their stamina as well as learning to understand different types of standards that are asked in the questions. So I hear where you're coming from. We don't want to overtest. We don't want to overburden our teachers. But if I could just do a little bit of research on that, and then I'll bring something back to the board.
Okay, I can appreciate that, and you understand that, that's the whole basis of it, too, is the over-testing, and hey, I found one that we could probably get rid of, legally, too, that's not a violation of state statute, you know what I mean?
It wouldn't be a
So-
violation of state standards, it's just, is
And
that the best
PMI is
practice?
new, and PMI is new, too, so like I said, but if we just kind of, we weren't always doing it before, you know what I mean? We weren't doing every third grader through our portfolio before, it's only been a recent kind of adoption, too.
We had really strong success in reducing our retention since we implemented that procedure. So I just want to come back to that.
Okay, I respect that, and, yeah, that makes sense. The other one was, we said the triple I time. First of all, I heard it, but I don't like to call the boogeyman or something that I heard. I heard it, I just want to confirm. Is it true then that the middle school as a whole only are allotted 30 minutes of triple I time? And then it's at the discretion of a principal whether or not they want more than 30 minutes?
I'm sorry, I know we said it earlier. What is triple I?
It's intervention time, like, for instance, like, and just the way I understood, it, but for the public too, this is good, so now, and I apologize, I'm not trying to offend you, Mr. Thacker, I'm just talking to the camera at this point, because the way I understand it, because my son's in middle school now, elementary school, you always had the same teacher forever, now, like, you're starting to be like high school, and you get classes assigned to you, but one of the classes, you don't get a class, it's like called intervention time, that's what it's called, triple I, so you get like math, science, whatever, and that triple I time is when you can get corrected. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm actually feel good about it. So like say for instance you're struggling in math, that math teacher is gonna have time difficult teaching the curriculum timeline and getting those students caught up that are behind. But during the triple I time, that's when they have the opportunity to get caught up and make up.
I think a couple of things are important to distinguish between. In elementary school, there is triple I time, which can qualify for FTE, okay? It can be scheduled as a course, correct? As a content area. In middle school, there's no course code for triple I or intervention. So we really need to call it intervention period.
We have additional minutes built into our instructional day because we have a 7-hour instructional day. So we have more minutes than we are required to have for FTE. And what we have asked our middle school principals to do is to look within their scheduled day and determine the best time of the day where they can carve out 30 minutes without taking away class time from their academic and elective courses, which have specific minute requirements, to build in at least probably 4 days a week for a time for intervention and enrichment. For example, at St. Cloud Middle School, they're doing some math or ELA intervention or perhaps science, but they're also adding things like a chess club for students who have mastered the standards and want to do something different. But it's built into the schedules. We can get you sample copies.
Now, there's two things, and I hate to do this, I know it's a long meeting. Oh, that was scary, Dr. Pace.
What's that?
And I respect you. FTE, we really need triple I time. Yes, would I like to get money from the state? I don't want to put money over academic performance of the students. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to sit there and say, because what I heard, that's what it sounded like. It said like, oh, we don't get reimbursed the full FTE. That's why we're not doing the full hour, because we're only going to do what we get paid for from the state, even though we know that triple I time works. I just want to make sure that.
I
didn't hear
apologize
that.
if that's the way that
I just
came
want to
across.
get clear with you now.
Right.
before- I'm
It
not gonna
has been a
talk
long
about it.
day, all right? So maybe we'll spend a little bit more
Because if that
time.
is a concern, let's just say that is a concern, then that needs to be a high priority on OLA. That needs to be the first thing that we argue in Tallahassee to make triple I time a full FTE.
It's not just about the funding, it's about what you have to do to award credit in middle schools and high schools is different than what you have to do in elementary school. Let me spend
Or
a
it
little.
counts as a class, is what you're
Let
saying.
me spend a little bit of time with the team, and we'll bring back a study of the elementary, middle, and high school schedules and how we're building in intervention and how that works. But it's not about money. It's about making sure kids have what they are required to have in order to earn credit and be promoted to the next grade level, but also building time into the instructional day so that kids don't have to stay after school or come in early
That was
before
my
school
point, because it's like,
to
how do you
get that
fix
extra
students that are
support.
struggling?
Right.
As a matter of fact, that is so critical now that I think about it. That's more important than everything we spoke about this whole board meeting, other than saving up $2 million on our
I would
concerns.
just ask for a
But-
little
but-
bit of grace and some time to do some
I
research
do,
for
and I
you.
just want to let you know that to me, that is the crux of us. How do you go from a B school to A school is that intervention time.
Absolutely.
I didn't know that existed because I was in elementary school and I didn't know it because in real life. I mean, I can't know everything. I'm trying to learn everything I can, but this district is so big, you know? But when my son went there, I saw it. I'm like, man, Mr. Rademacher says, no, it's a complete first period, you know? And I was like, what a blessing. If we had that everywhere, we would dramatically see our scores rise.
And we are doing it at each level, just in different ways, based on the time of the day, the size of the population, and how we can serve it. But that is a part of the professional learning community model, is that you build in time during the regular instructional day for strong Tier 1 instruction in all the required content areas, but also time to provide support so that when we ask those 4 questions in our PLCs, what do we want kids to know? How are we going to know if they know it? What are we going to do if they don't? And what are they going to do if they do? Then we have time to address both of those needs without having to have them come before school, after school, or on Saturday morning. It doesn't mean that we still don't
They're working
do.
2 jobs and everything
Right,
like
it doesn't
that.
mean that we still don't offer before school, after school, and on Saturday mornings, but we don't want that to be the only chance for a kid to get the support that they need. Okay?
All right, and then last thing is, I guess we'll bring it up on the next board meeting. I want to review the employee campaigning policy because, you know, like you said, there was not only the social media thing, but this has further implications. I mean, this has been, you know, a crazy year for elections, and I get that. But it is concerning that we have senior district staff, you know, getting highly engaged in some of these campaigns. You know, it's almost like a judge where they're supposed to be neutral and impartial because it's bubbling to the point, and here's the reason why. People kept talking about my main argument could be retaliation. So let's say, and I'm going to use you, Dr. Allen, I love you. You're not on Facebook. You're not there. That's why I have to use somebody that I know that's not engaged. Correct. So I'm just using you as an example, okay? So let's say Dr. Allen, like I just talked about middle school RTI intervention. I really want to make that happen. But if Dr. Allen is getting on a mass media endorsing candidates, you know, if my candidate doesn't win, well, is he going to have a bad relationship with Dr. Allen on day one? That's a concern. But here's a bigger concern. I'm on the school board now. If I see Dr. Allen being super active in campaigns, you know what? I might not have said what you said because I'm literally challenging his department and the way he does business. What if he doesn't want triple I time? So now me as a school board member, that has to be part of my calculus of whether or not I'm going to speak out. That's a chilling effect. As a school board member, I have enough variables in my head to make a decision on what I do. I shouldn't be chilled by, or let's say I want to audit the HR department. This is Dr. Allen Yakul. I'm just making it up, right? But I see Tammy constantly endorsing everyone. Whoop, am I going to be afraid to say, hey, let's audit the department? Because Tammy's going to endorse against me. You know what I mean? That is a real threatening effect. You know what I mean? So it's like, or the opposite. Let's just say I want Tammy's endorsement. You know, because Tammy's popular. She's got 1,000 votes, 1,000 likes on Facebook, you know? So let's say the opposite happens. Now, I really want to do something to audit her committee, her HR department. I'm just making it up, Tammy. I'm just using this as an example. Because the argument could be both ways, and both ways aren't good. I can either be scared of Tammy, or I could love Tammy. And I'm like, man, I want to make Tammy happy. I'm not going to dare bring up the audit word because I want her to endorse me on my campaign. So to me, that is crossing a fine line when we have senior leadership staff. Now, I'm not talking about a regular, employee, but, because, senior leadership staff, there should be some kind of mode of ethics where, like, hey, you want to donate money? Fine, you can donate money. You can donate a cash. You want to put a lawn sign on your yard? You can do that. But when you start publicly on broadcast media, like, social media goes everywhere, TV commercial goes everywhere, because there's no such thing as separating yourself from your title. You are who you are, especially if you're in a leadership position. You're always going to be known as Dr. Allen. Again, I'm using the example, I'm looking at you. But not you, okay? I promise it's not you. I'm just trying to give the example. You're always going to be the assistant superintendent. There's no such thing as Mr. Allen by himself, So I don't think you could really make that distinction between your leadership at the school district and your name. Just the same way that we do with the judge. We don't say, hey, judge, you know what, you're only a judge when you're wearing the robes, and then you're not. Judges are supposed to engage in that heavily. Again, I think that's some policy that we have to look at. Like, maybe you're allowed to donate money. You could donate money because that's you one-on-one. You want to put up a lawn sign. You want to vote for whoever you want. But when you start mass communicating and people know who you are because that's you are by virtue of that position, then I think that you're really not doing a service. And it's really like, because we look at that. We're elected officials. That's our job to look at social media and what's polling and what people are thinking. And so when I got staff getting engaged in school board business, and I'm only talking about school board related stuff. If Tammy wants to say Marco Rubio is the greatest senator in the whole world, that's fine because it's not me. It's not a direct supervisorial relationship. I mean, even the sheriff has that. A sheriff wants to run for sheriff, they have to resign to run because it's their own boss that they're running against if it's an incumbent. So there's even precedence of that kind of relationship. And I'm just letting you know right now, Dr. Pace, maybe there's a reason why people are politically active, and I get it, but to me there has to be a certain degree of neutrality and professionalism between senior leaders that are in charge of possibly policy making, and I shouldn't be chilled, either way. I shouldn't be chilled or I shouldn't be motivated to change my vote based on what I think senior staff might do or wanting to garner the vote. So that's a serious issue because I'm being honest, what I'm saying, because you do look at that. And I'm telling you right now, luckily I'm strong enough that I don't think I need anybody to win my election. But the reality is, if I was teetering and I have a strong opponent, I'm just being very honest, you have a strong opponent, you do look at stuff. You say, okay, well, how do I try to get more votes? That's just the nature of politics. Whoever doesn't acknowledge that doesn't acknowledge the reality of politics. So now we have a staff member that's getting so active that she didn't even know what she was on a school district employee or not. And she flip-flopped. I'm like, oops, you know what I mean? So we're talking about a slippery slope like Thacker. This is the slippery slope. This is a slippery slope that has a chilling effect. It's not a Republican thing. It's not a Democrat thing. It's not a Monster for Liberty thing. It's not a union thing. This is dangerous territory when we have senior leadership getting this heavily engaged in politics. And I understand why, because, I understand why, but that doesn't excuse it. And that's why I have to look at you, Dr. Pace, as a leader as well, because I don't think we don't even have to have a school board vote. That's something that you can do within your own employees to sit there and say, hey, maybe you create your own internal policy and say, hey, you're a leader, a senior leader, a department head, I don't know. If we have to make it a school board policy, I'll be happy to draft something up. But just something I want to put out there. Maybe at the next board meeting we can discuss it because I know it's been a long one now. We don't need answers. But I'm just telling you right now, what we currently have right now is not good.
Motion to adjourn.
Yes, motion to adjourn. I do have to ask you about, I think there is another issue with regards to what they're using. The technology that they're using, I think you and I talked about that. They should be separate technology when they're operating school board. We had that conversation. Just want to acknowledge that that might be part of the conversation as well, using separate technology for their personal stuff versus school board stuff. And with that, motion to adjourn, I heard that. Thank you.
I don't know.